I just beat you barely, but. So did I, yeah. Saw some, it was nice. It was foggy, but nice. Anyway, first item is just call the roll. Nils Christofferson.
Here.
Cindy Deacon Williams.
Here.
Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brendan McComb.
Here.
Mike Rose.
Here.
I'm Tom Imeson. I'm here, so we have a quorum, and in fact, all board meetings are here today. As a reminder, this meeting will be live streamed all day, so it'd be helpful to have people silence your electronic devices for the duration of the meeting. The board will meet in closed executive session starting at 4:15. The purpose of the session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. We will adjourn the meeting directly after the executive session is done. We'll now move to the state forester or do we want to do the?
Yeah, that's great.
We'll do the consent items first. Is there a motion to move ahead with the consent items?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Those items are approved. And we'll now move to the state forester for his comments.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to welcome 3 new board members to their first regular board meeting. I thank them for their willingness to step up and serve Oregonians on this policy board. All 3 members did participate in the Board of Forestry October retreat, which I thought was very productive with great discussion. And they did that even though there was relatively short notice for the new board members. Moving on, we officially declared the end of fire season statewide. The last day of fire season was October 29th in the Southwest District. Although we just did have a 600-acre fire in the Dalles that we finished mopping up yesterday. So fire season's over, it doesn't mean that fires stop. And while I'm thankful that fire season's officially over, I'm also very proud of how ODF employees responded yet again to another very challenging fire season. I'm continually impressed in the face of adversity, how the entire agency, landowners, cooperators, and partners respond to the very real growing complexity and duration of fire seasons. My sincere thanks to all of them. Over the course of the 2018 fire season, ODF and its Forest Protective Association partners suppressed a total of 1,059 fires. An estimated 75,500 acres burned on ODF protected land this year, more than doubling the 10-year average. Again, the 2018, as I've talked about throughout the season, has been extremely challenging, making it the 6 out of the last 7 years of extreme fire conditions. We exceeded the 10-year averages in number of fires, acres burned, and cost. And once again, we experienced the same challenges identified in the 2016 Secretary of State performance audit. On large fires, we were challenged to find sufficient mid-level management, and we're not able to fully support a second incident management team without extending employees beyond our 14-day rest policy. We mobilized an out-of-state Florida incident management team to fill gaps in our IMT rosters and to actually take over one of our large fires. We've continued to see impacts to meeting other agency works, including delaying the smoke management rule revisions, which is necessary to mitigate the increasing risk of fire. Additionally, smoke from wildfires impacted many Oregonians and their communities for a large portion of the summer, and many Oregonians were evacuated from their homes due to fires burning into and around their communities. These trends continue to be a significant concern, and the department's continuing to look for opportunities to change these alarming trajectories. up through the policy option package submitted in our agency request budget. Despite these challenges, we've seen many success. As usual, our districts, our base fire protection has been highly effective at initial attack, keeping the vast majority, 95% of all fires at 10 acres or less. I want to recognize ODF employees statewide who have consistently answered the challenge in protecting our resources, communities, and Oregonians from wildfire. Doug Graff, Chief of Fire Protection, will provide more detail in a final fire season update a little later this morning. And speaking of dedication, I also want to recognize that we currently have ODF employees deployed in Florida right now. So in coordination with the Oregon State Fire Marshals to support the Hurricane Michael recovery effort, together we've now deployed 4 8-person incident management teams to help Florida in their time of need as they did this summer in our wildfire season. So different kind of wildfire, but same support. So moving on to sort of Board of Forestry topics and the other divisions, the State Forest Division is bringing 2 big items to you over the next couple of days, dealing with a forest management plan revision, as well as the conclusion of phase 1 of exploring a habitat conservation plan, or HCP. This work is critical for positioning the department for success in providing long-term sustainable benefits to Oregonians. Your decisions on these 2 topics represent important milestones for the projects that will enable them to remain on course. As part of their standard process for county and stakeholder outreach, the division presented the materials to the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee in advance of the Board of Forestry meeting. The division also hosted an informational meeting for the public and as an opportunity for question and answers directly with staff on both the FMP and HCP materials. In addition, staff reached out to stakeholders throughout the development of the material. These 2 projects are singular components of a 3-pronged approach to improve financial viability and conservation outcomes. I'll remind you the other 2 prongs include business improvements and seeking other sources of revenue, which we've talked about before, particularly the restructuring of the state forest organization. Progress has been made on both of these, and the work supports our goal to improve financial viability and conservation outcomes. This work has continued across another intense and complex fire season in which a large portion of the state forest workforce was assigned to fires throughout the season, as is the case with all agency divisions and programs. The division was able to keep these 2 planning projects on track while also conducting core business to manage the forest, provide Oregonians with recreational activities, and provide educational interpretation programs at the Tillamook Forest Center. To give you the sense of the public service they provided in addition to fire protection, it was a big recreation year with over 40,000 campers. We also had 54,000 visitors at the Tillamook Forest Centers, and over 6,000 children participated in educational programs. Additionally, I'd like to thank Liz, Brian, and the State Forest staff for also continuing and completing the WALT project, which is our new computerized log tracking system, while balancing and supporting the needs of a challenging fire season. This project represents years of excellent work improving our business practices. The Private Forest Division's responsibility is to ensure that privately owned forests are managed responsibly under the Forest Practice Act. And this continued this summer despite the fire season. Stewardship foresters and division staffs strive to continue to provide technical assistance to landowners, detect and respond to forest health threats, and continue with key monitoring and policy work during the fire season. While some core business did suffer a slowdown due to the strain of contributing to the fire militia, the division was able to stay focused and complete the work on the Marble Murelet technical report and expert review, which you'll receive an update on tomorrow. I'd like to offer a shout out to Lena, Kyle, Jennifer, and their staff for their focus on this key work while being pulled by fire season. Finally, I'd like to recognize the Agency Administration Division. you wouldn't think this, but they face the largest percentage drawdown during fire season because of their relatively small staff and the key roles they play in supporting IT, fire, finance, and safety during fire season. They stayed focused and submitted the agency request budget on time and in great shape. And special thanks to Bill and Jonathan and their staff for their focus on this key work while keeping all the other trains running on time. So very good. Moving away from fire season and a more positive highlight, I'm going to take a moment to highlight this year's recipient of the Oregon's Tree Farmer of the Year Award. The Outstanding Tree Farmer of the Year is a state and national effort sponsored by the American Forest Foundation's American Tree Farm System to honor family forest landowners who are doing an exceptional job in managing the forest. First, I'd like to congratulate all the nominees that were nominated this year as Tree Farmers of the Year. But this year's honor goes to Marcia Carr and her family tree farm in Benton County. The Oaks own approximately 800 acres of land, with the homestead parcel being purchased in 1883 and cared for by family generations ever since. Their forests are currently being cared by 4 generations. When Marcia Carr, daughter of Don and Donna Oaks, took leadership role for the Oaks Investment LLC, she worked with her dad to learn about forestry and eventually took the Master Woodlands program at OSU. She did plot studies, marked trees for thinning and recovery after storm damage, and she recently laid out a major road project. Marcia was an active member of the Benton County Small Woodlands Association. Marcia used her years of learned forestry knowledge to continue to meet their goals in a sustainable and progressive path. Goals that included timber harvest income, providing wildlife habitat, having family gathering spots, and sharing knowledge broadly with those around them. Their forests are certified by American Tree Farm System as meeting the standards of sustainability. Their management plan goals and action plans are defined in their management plan, which was first handwritten by Don years ago. Marcia took on the current version of this plan last year, and her brother Daryl Oaks stated, "This plan is an educational tool for the next generation. They can look at what we were thinking to guide them in managing the property." Marcia Carr passed away this summer, but her dedication to sustainable forest management will be a legacy that resonates for years to come on the Oaks family farm. So, and in closing, while many challenges existed this fire season, a significant body of work, as you can see, continued within the agency. One item that's not on the agenda for this board meeting that I want to highlight is the Federal Forest Restoration Program, which continues to gain positive traction with our first sold timber sale using Good Neighbor Authority in Klamath Lake occurring over the summer. And more opportunities continue to emerge in this program, and we're looking forward to other projects, timber sales coming online soon. We currently have over $4 million in supplemental projects with the Forest Service on all national forests in the state of Oregon. So great progress is being made there. This is one of the key longer-term components of managing the ever-increasing risk of wildfire, and so it's nice to see the progress being made. I'll leave you with this. Another busy fire stretched the entire agency, yet our commitment to safety of our employees, service to landowners, and Oregonians remain acutely focused and the highest priorities. I can't say enough for all of our employees who helped and supported this effort. We look forward to continued discussion over the next 2 days on the key policy topics, and also continued discussions about how we can assure to continue to manage all of our business in the face of increasing challenging fire seasons. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Questions for Peter or comments from board members? Great. Before taking public comment, just a couple of comments about public comment. So in order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all of the business on the agenda for its meetings, including today, public comment for agenda topics will be limited to no more than 30 minutes. And there's a sign-up sheet, as I think everybody knows, available for public comment on a first come, first served basis. For the state forest management plan topic specifically, we have scheduled 2 15-minute blocks of invited testimony from the 2 stakeholder groups who have regularly participated in that topic. To ensure, though, that the general public has a fair opportunity to speak, we will also have public comment sign up available for that. Yes. I thought I just did. Or comments. So yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, go right ahead.
So number one, I wanted to sort of build on a little bit of what Peter said in terms of the impact of the fire season and the attention that it's being given by the general public, and note for the rest of the board that at least down in Southwest, the Medford Mail Tribune has decided that this is the issue, and they have a running banner on the top above the fold on the front page that is counting down the number of days to the start of next fire season. And that is in the paper every day. And there is either an article or a op-ed piece at least once a week regarding fire and smoke in the paper. It is a very huge deal. We have had enough bad fire years in a row now that it has sort of captured the attention and the imagination. So it is impossible to underestimate the moment that we're in terms of the attention that we are being given from the public and from the press. And I think it's really important that we understand that and step up to the challenge that frankly has been laid down. Secondly, I'd like to make just a couple of general observations on one of my favorite hobby horse topics or soapbox topics, and that's climate change and the need for us to recognize that it is occurring, that the impacts are here, and that it extends beyond changes to our fire season. That we need to understand not only how we accommodate those changes within the realm of fire, but also within the broader realm of management of the forest resources of the state. I'd like to share with you just a couple of, we've all seen the technical reports, we've heard the scientific reports. Sometimes it becomes a little bit more real when you get some personal anecdotal information. And I want to share with you just a couple of things. One, I was talking to my son the other day, who lives up in Anchorage, Alaska. They didn't have their first freeze in Anchorage, Alaska until the last weekend in October. That was a month later than the average, and it was 2 weeks later than any date that has ever been historically recorded. Now, as we all know, when you get up to the north, the impacts of climate change are becoming even more intense and obvious than elsewhere. But that's pretty impressive to be a month later than average and 2 weeks later than ever before recorded. Was also talking to a friend in West Virginia who has owned some property for 20 years, sort of back in the hollows in West Virginia. Their hollow flooded 3 times this summer. And each individual flood was worse than any flood that had previously been experienced by them in the past 20 years. And then down in Medford, just as an anecdote from my own backyard, we've got a rain gauge station that we report daily on. And we only had measurable rainfall once between June 21st and September 30th. And on that one day, we had just over 1/10 of an inch. What I think that brings home to me is that we're certainly, because of climate change all over the world, experiencing some extremes that we have not seen before. in our part of the world, the take-home message to me is we had better get ready for and understand that we're dealing with much longer, much hotter, much drier summers, that when storms are arriving, they tend to be more extreme than we have typically experienced in the past. And that when they do land, we often are dealing with some pretty major hydrologic events when it's a rainstorm and some pretty major lightning strikes when it's a dry storm. That's going to really change the platform upon which we're trying to manage forests. And we need to see some significant recognition of that and changes to our mindset of what it is that we're facing as we come up with management direction for forests in the state. Thanks.
We do have two people who have signed up to appear on items not on the agenda for today, Mary Skurlock and Jason Gonzalez. Welcome.
Aha. Morning, Chair Imison, members of the board. My name is Mary Skurlock. I'm speaking for the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition, an ad hoc 26-member statewide partnership of conservation and fishing industry groups. Given that the board is welcoming today 3 new board members to their first regular meeting, I just want to take this opportunity to briefly introduce my coalition and its priorities for 2019. OSPC formed about 6 years ago during this board's long, controversial, and sometimes highly technical rule development process that strengthened streamside logging to reduce harvest-induced warming of smaller salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams, as prohibited by the anti-degradation criterion of Oregon Stream Temperature Standard. Although this process resulted in the first significant change to stream protection under the OFPA since 1994, we see our work as incomplete, given the majority of stream reaches that are still in need of additional protection. In broad strokes, our 2019 priorities are as follows. Number 1, and generally, forest practices monitoring and adaptive policy change. We hope the board will continue to support a ramp up of the department's monitoring efforts. The central role of private forest practices in the federal disapproval of Oregon's non-point pollution plan for the coastal zone and numerous other analyses indicate the current regulatory baseline cannot safely be presumed sufficient. We believe the department concurs that resources are currently still insufficient to fully meet the agency's monitoring mandate. And we think that this board can help make monitoring and adaptive policy change a higher priority. Secondly, set a course for rule change in the Siskiyou region. We strongly support a rule change in this region, and decisions that this board will make in the spring of next year will determine whether and how the project currently underway for this region will result in such change. Third, focus more attention on headwaters and the adequacy of current rule minimums to protect smaller streams, not just salmon, steelhead, and bull trout reaches, and unstable slopes. We join the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Environmental Protection Agency, and numerous other independent scientists and Oregonians in our position that aquatic ecosystems are being degraded by current practices along our smallest streams and on steep and unstable slopes prone to mass wasting. Reducing road impacts and restoring beaver will also be critical to improving watershed health and resilience to climate change. Number 4, work closely with DEQ to identify measures needed to meet temperature and sediment load allocations under water quality restoration plans. This is an area the new board members will find is fraught with policy and legal disconnects between the agencies. We look forward to a closer working relationship for Clean Water Act implementation. Issues include affirmative validation of whether forest practices are actually adequate to meet water quality targets, and not just a legal fiction that they are. And another issue is whether and how voluntary measures with regulatory backstops can be successfully employed for compliance. Fifth, and echoing member Williams' points made earlier, integrate best available science about climate change into all your decisions about management-related risks to public resources. And lastly, consider ESA assurances for aquatic species on non-federal forests. We hope that this board will decide tomorrow whether to move forward with a habitat conservation plan for state forest lands, but we also hope you would consider the potential benefits of seeking, as Washington State has done, federal assurances for aquatic species under the ESA for the state's private forest regulatory program. Thanks a lot for letting me share this morning.
All right, this is a new one for me. I got it? All right. Chair Imison, members of the board, my name is Jason Gonzalez. I'm the Forest and Watershed Campaign Organizer for Oregon Wild. We are a statewide conservation nonprofit. I'm here today partially on behalf of our 20,000 statewide list of members and supporters. But I'm here today about something specific that is not on this agenda, and I want to make clear that I come to you from Walton, Oregon, where I live right in the middle of the Oregon Coast Range and right in the middle of Oregon's industrial forest lands, where I have the privilege to live and work on about 160 acres of working forest, where I'm privileged to join the landowner in supporting work to restore moderately healthy forests and do incredible work to restore tree farms and plantations around us that have been heavily damaged by logging in the past. Before I launch into the comments that brought me here today, I would just like to briefly thank and recognize Member Deacon Williams' statements on climate change and remind members of this board that just this year, Oregon State University confirmed the research, the long ongoing research of others, and documented that clear-cut logging is likely the #1 source of climate changing emissions in the state of Oregon and are severely in need of new regulations. Reports from OSU have highlighted that policies that fall under the jurisdiction of this board being changed are one of the most meaningful things that this state could do to impact our role in climate change. Further, I'd like to address there was a comment about the visible, noticeable impacts and the negative impacts of climate change being so visible in the north. And I'd like to state that I think they're incredibly visible in my neighborhood, where I've lived for 10 years, watching salmon come into a stream every year that are not there this year, where I've drank for 10 years out of a surface stream that comes out of healthy forest behind my home. I'm about to run out of drinking water for the first time ever on this drinking water system, which has served multiple generations of families on this homestead. We are out of water. It is from climate change. It is also from logging practices in our forests. These things are clearly documented by OSU research. I am here today, though, on behalf of the members and supporters of our organization and community members that I work with on the Oregon coast. My campaign keeps me mostly working from communities along the Oregon coast and Coast Range, much like my own, ranging from Port Orford to Astoria, where I largely support existing community groups and their work to address concerns that they have in their areas about the impacts of industrial logging on their drinking water and forests near their homes. Recently, many members of those different community groups joined together in an organization that has dubbed itself Spray Free Coast, which is a coalition of organizations along the coast. I was made aware of a letter that organization submitted to members of this board and Oregon State Forester just a few weeks ago, and I'm unhappy to join you today in order to report the response that we received from the State Forester recently. I checked in with that organization of coastal groups just the other day, knowing that I was going to be at this meeting and seeing if any of them were able to be here to address this board about the responses they've received to that letter. None of them were able to join us here today, and I want to make clear that I am not officially representing this organization, but would like to communicate concerns that I have as an organizer who appreciates the ability to engage this board that is considered to be the most open-minded and least financially tied to industry board that we've had in this serving in this capacity. I believe that the Spray Free Coast Coalition brought a number of incredibly reasonable concerns to this board and the state forester, as well as the elected officials that have showed interest in this issue in requesting that the Ferns notification system that has been promised to them is not working in the way that they would expect. They asked for simple, approachable, technical fixes for the most part that experts have told us are very doable. Things like separating out ground backpack sprays from aerial sprays, which is already filed in the paperwork that is given to the Department of Forestry. Things like separating out countywide roadside sprays and complex roadside spray systems that do not concern people who are concerned about monitoring aerial spraying in the streams behind their homes. I found it very disappointing that this coalition of coastal rural Oregonians who are more impacted than most of us in this room by industrial logging practices came to this board asking for reasonable changes to help them engage you in conversation looking for solutions, and were met by State Forester Peter Doherty's response claiming that legislative policy fixes were needed to address those things. I don't think that is an accurate way to represent the needs that we have in order to address these technical fixes in the fern system that would give our communities the ability to monitor what is going on in their backyards. I think it is reasonable for our coastal Oregonians who live below thousands of acres of clear cuts and damaged streams to want to know when a helicopter might be spraying chemicals behind their house. I don't think that it takes a legislative fix or major funding in order to change the way the algorithm in ferns works to let them separate those out and actually be able to monitor what's going on. I don't want to get into further detail. Members of the board have received this letter. If you have not, your staff promised us you would, and I hope that you will. And if not, we know for sure that State Forestry already has it as we've received a response. I would also like to point out to you that the coalition did receive favorable responses from elected officials stating that they felt that the demands that were made, the requests that were made in that letter were very reasonable and approachable, and in most situations did not need a legislative fix. That is from the legislature. I would hope that the easier things that we've asked for in these letters would be found approachable by this board and addressed in a way that does not require big political fights that come in and micromanage the work of this board. I hope that going forward, when citizens come to engage this board about their concerns in the community, that they're met with thoughtfulness and compassion, and that we can look for ways to work together rather than community members feeling like they have to micromanage the work of this board and involve the legislature in every little thing that we think that we could fix together. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Next item, we have agenda item 3, Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee testimony. And Tim, do I understand correctly that FTLAC won't be, you're here as a Tillamook County Commissioner capacity, or are you here for FTLAC?
FTLAC.
Great.
Let me drop this off and then I'll clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm Tim Josie. I'm the chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. Today, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, so I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties on both the Habitat Conservation Plan and the Forest Management Plan. And then there will be some county commissioners here tomorrow that will be speaking about the Marlboro Murelet, and they will not be speaking on behalf of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties on that subject because we have not taken a position. So I'm Tim Josie, Tillamook County Commissioner. This is my 20th year as a Tillamook County Commissioner, and almost all of those years I've been very actively involved with the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties, and I think probably 18 of those years as the chair. Next week, the Association of Oregon Counties is meeting in Eugene, and the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties is having their annual meeting. And I will not be running for re-election because I have elected not to run again as a county commissioner. This is my 20th year. It's time to let somebody else do this. And so I do want to say a little bit about my experience working with the department, since this is my swan song, if you don't mind. I have a great deal of respect for, and have always had a great deal of respect for, the Department of Forestry staff. They have really been top notch. You know, oftentimes I haven't agreed with them, and sometimes it's been just a little bit testy, but they are really good people. And so I see Mike Bordelon's in the back. He used to be the area director. So folks, if you see him running out when I'm testifying, grab him, don't let him do it. He needs to stick around and listen to my presentation, my last and final presentation, at least in this capacity. I want to give a special thanks to the board members, and especially Tom Imeson. Tom has reached out to me many times. He's attended our Trust County meetings more often than not, and he's been engaged, and he and I have met several times off-site just talking about issues, and I have a great deal of respect for you, Tom. And also, Peter Doherty, you're a great guy. You're a lot of fun to work with. Don't always agree with you, but you don't always agree with me either. And so I'm going to miss working with you too. You've got a great sense of humor. You're an incredibly bright guy. And you probably don't remember, but I was on the interview team when you got hired for the department. And so
I remember.
I can blame myself for some of what we have today. It was a good move, and I'm really glad to see that you've stepped up. So as I said, I'm going to be talking about the Habitat Conservation Plan and the Forest Management Plan. So I'll start with the HCP. For years, we've been warning you, the board, that under the current FMP, a substantial portion of the state forest trust lands will be aging into a condition that makes them vulnerable to appropriation under the ESA statute. You've heard me say that many times. The analysis thus far, and this is from Eco Northwest, thus far addresses a very narrow question. Under the current forest management plan, is it better to pursue an HCP or practice take avoidance? I think the larger question is, what could you do to preserve and protect the economic value of the state forest trust lands? We've said this before, a full range of alternatives should be considered, not just analyzing an HCP, which personally I think is a prudent exercise to analyze an HCP. As the beneficiaries of the trust, we expect no less. For the most part, private forest lands are not encumbered by ESA listed species. They do not have HCPs. Clearly, another strategy exists and was not discussed in this report. In 2005, and I was here, ODF studied the viability of an HCP. This was at least a 2-year process, maybe longer, and just based on my memory. The department concluded that take avoidance resulted in higher harvest and revenue than an HCP. So pursuit of an HCP stopped at that time. For this reason, we question why this preliminary analysis comes to the opposite conclusion and a very strong conclusion at this point in time that an HCP is warranted. The Eco Northwest report does not provide sufficient details about the calculations behind the analysis. The counties were not consulted about data, methods, or assumptions. The report does not provide the analytical details. We are unable to determine the reliability of the conclusions, and I assume none of you are at this point in time. What we don't know and has yet to be determined are the encumbrances U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service would require. This is key to the analysis, of course, and merits much more discussion. The 2005 study died due to what was determined by the department and the counties at the time, unreasonable encumbrances by the National Marine Fisheries Services. Is that different today? We just don't know. You will be asked to instruct the department to move beyond phase 1 and commence with phase 2, which is strategy development, where hopefully many of the questions and concerns we have will be addressed. Until we learn more, we cannot give a position on the adoption of an HCP. I assume that's true with you folks too, or at least I hope. We would not support an HCP that violates the state's contractual obligations with the trust counties. So now let me segue to the State Forest Management Plan. One of ODF's current performance measures is the return on net asset value, which is RONAV. It measures the annual net dollar return as a percentage of the market value of the state forest trust lands. A previous Board of Forestry found that the return on net asset value was not acceptable. I was here when that happened. I think it was over in Eastern Oregon, Baker City maybe, where that happened. I don't remember. Was not acceptable and directed ODF to find ways to increase the return on net asset value. Return on net asset value is not included in one of the measurable outcomes and needs to be added to the list. Understanding return on net asset value is important for the Board of Forestry to understand the financial performance of the state forest trust land asset. ODF is already proposing the calculation for the net asset value of the forest as managed under the forest plan. The model used for that calculation can easily be modified to approximate net asset value. FTLAC, or the trust counties, stand ready to assist. So we're not currently able to support or not support a new state forest management plan. However, we do support the concept of adaptive management. And this fits right into Cindy's comments about global warming, which I agree with. However, we do support the concept of adaptive management plan. This will provide the department the flexibility to adjust the implementation and operation plans based on evolving conditions and available science. And that concludes my remarks. Any questions?
Well, thank you for coming and thank you for all that you've put into this as well.
Thank you, Tom. And welcome new board members.
I also want to see at this time if there are any other county commissioners who would like to appear during this slot. Okay. Then we'll move on to agenda item 3, the forest management plan revision. And again, we'll have, following the presentation, we'll have the 2 stakeholder group folks meeting or subgroups come before us, and then we'll have time after that for additional public comment.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name's Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. And joining me at the table here today are Nick Palizzotto, he's our staff wildlife biologist, and Ty Williams, he's our assistant district forester out of our Astoria district. So what we're bringing to you today is our first draft of a set of proposed goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes. And before I get started, it's important to emphasize and recognize that this has been a team effort. So even though there's just 3 of us here at the table, you can see the long list of folks, staff specialists that have been important contributors of the work that we're sharing with you today. So the direction from the board has been to improve financial viability and conservation outcomes. At this stage, the goals that we have explored and drafted are sort of first stab at addressing that direction to increase conservation and financial outcomes. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes highlighting our thinking on that. And it helps to first understand the pieces in the current plan that we're looking at. So the current plan, the goals and strategies were intended to serve as a habitat conservation plan. So to serve and provide the strategies necessary for an incidental take permit. The current plan is also anchored to the concepts of structure-based management, and there's a lot to that. But sort of central to it is the notion that we can manage forests to achieve older forest structure or layered structure such that they get there sooner than if left unmanaged. So that's sort of a key principle of structure-based management. That concept is embedded in another important concept, which is this notion of a shifting mosaic. And to explain that, that's basically the concept that at any point in time, different parts of the landscape will be in different types of forest structure. And the notion there of how it helps us achieve the greatest permanent value is that older stands could eventually be harvested as new stands sort of come online and have those same kind of structural characteristics of those desired future conditions. So HCP, structure-based management, shifting mosaic. And then finally, a piece that we're looking at is the current plan specifies numeric targets for what % of the landscape is going to be in those types of forest structure. So what are the issues with that? Well, I think everyone is fully aware now that we weren't successful in achieving and acquiring a habitat conservation plan. So we have a plan designed for an HCP that we're using for take avoidance. It's important to note that the plan was adopted in 2010. And so here we are 18 years later, and we have learned a lot, and that includes some lessons learned about structure-based management. And some of that is still coming to light, but I would say at this point, what we're realizing is that it may not be a good fit for many of our districts. And that has to do with the forest characteristics, but also ownership patterns. So small districts with scattered parcels can make it more difficult to achieve those, specifically those targets and maintain those over time. It's difficult or challenging to implement. It's also difficult to define. You know, we've attempted to do that with numeric analogs, which makes it difficult to measure, and it can be expensive to implement depending on where we are in the landscape. As far as a shifting mosaic, for that to really be successful, it's becoming apparent that really there's a need for much larger tracts of land that within which stands can move in and out of these forest conditions. So it's not, again, not a good match for smaller districts and scattered parcels. And we're coming to a place of thinking that it may not even be enough, we may not have enough of a land base in our blocked up ownership. We're still on a learning curve with this, so I'd wanna make that clear. But the shifting mosaic is also challenging with a take avoidance strategy. So the notion that stands would be accessible for older stands would be accessible for harvest at some point in the future. Once those are occupied, that is not the case under our current take avoidance strategy, or often not the case. And that's probably enough said at this point. Other important lesson is the forest health issues that we face in Tillamook. And so when the plan was adopted, we were referencing this area in the Coast Range as a sea of green. And so I would submit that we did not really understand the extent and the severity of the forest health issues there, specifically having to do with Swiss needlecast. It's our largest district, so it's clearly impactful from both the conservation and financial perspective, and also the social benefits that we need to provide under greatest permanent value. So we're looking at a greater need and opportunity to focus on restoration in that forest. And then finally, I would say that 20 years ago, the scientific community was certainly pretty clear about climate change, but I would submit that we've learned more about that in the past 18 years and have a better understanding of what it means for managing forests. So what does all this mean in terms of where we are right now, what we've learned? Well, we've been taking that into consideration with the materials that we've presented to you today. And so some key differences include that the draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes are being considered in the context of a take avoidance plan. The incorporation of measurable outcomes, I think, has the potential to really improve our adaptive management process in terms of us being able to respond more quickly to new information. With all that said, you will have seen that the goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes are still designed to maintain diverse forest conditions and diverse habitat for our terrestrial species, which is an important conservation benefit that will continue in terms of how we've explored it with the current draft material. Also, climate change has been given a much greater recognition than has been done so in the current plan, and there's certainly, we will continue to build on that as we continue to work on these materials. And then finally, the approach that we're drafting at this stage departs from the use of those numeric targets, as well as the concepts associated with the shifting mosaic. So just wanted to highlight at the high level so what we're seeing and how we're approaching this. So in terms of the flow of the presentation today, I'm going to start with a recap of the decisions that were made at the July meeting. Then I'm going to highlight the overall process through this roadmap of the work that we are doing today and how it relates to the sort of the finish line. And as you have seen our material, the goals and strategies and measurable outcomes is extensive. There's a lot of material there, so we're clearly not going to walk through that in its entirety. Instead, we'll go through some examples, specifically our timber section, wildlife, aquatics, and recreation, education, interpretation. And again, there are far too many measurable outcomes in the material for us to give those their due time. And so what we will be doing is presenting our ideas around how those would be utilized in the plan and in an adaptive management context. And then we'll close with our proposal around the geographic scope of the potential revision of the forest management plan. So a quick recap of the July Board of Forestry meeting. We brought you a package of draft guiding principles within which we incorporated definitions of conservation and financial viability. We presented an impacts analysis, and we identified and defined the range of planning terms, because there's a need for clarity around some of those. And so that included a definition for measurable outcomes as well as the addition of quantifiable targets. As you may recall, the board approved that package in its entirety and directed us to continue working on the forest management plan in the context of the process that had been laid out. So this is really just hitting the high points of the process. So there's obviously there's important work happening in between these places. But the sort of where we've been and where we're going, the blue boxes represent decisions that have been made. So in January, the board approved the FMP project work plan and process. And that set up what we had characterized as a building blocks approach or a stair-stepped process. And I would argue there's a lot of value in that. And for example, with each milestone and taking the stair-stepped approach and building it in a way that aligns with what has to be in a forest management plan, we're actually building the plan as we go with each decision. It also prevents us from getting ahead of the board. As an example, if we were working farther out on more specific detailed components and had not agreed on and achieved alignment around the goals or other foundational information, we would have to be backtracking. So this feels like it's more efficient. And then finally, the way we have set up the process is that for each of these decision points, there's a linkage to greatest permanent value. And when the time comes and should the board decide to revise the plan, you need to find, by rule, it is established that the board has to find that a new plan meets greatest permanent value. And so by addressing this every step of the way, we are meeting that requirement as we go. So granted, an increased efficiency. So that was January. We already talked about the July decisions, so I won't go over those. So here we are today in that first yellowish box, presenting the draft goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes in their draft form. And you'll see the second underlined bullet point there is that we'll be bringing, based on the feedback that we get, a final set for your consideration and approval in March of next year. So that gets us into 2019, and the key milestones there include an analysis that we can bring to you for your consideration and the development of standards and quantifiable targets. And then moving into 2020, we would be presenting, the plan also requires that we establish guidelines for adaptive management, asset management, and implementation. So we would be developing and bringing those materials to you as well. And we would estimate that by the end of 2020, we would be prepared for a completed rulemaking process. So still have definitely some significant work in front of us. This table is one that I think our stakeholders and many of the board members have become familiar with. And so it's really has been very useful conceptually for us to sort of link all those planning terms together that we were just talking about very quickly, moving from left to right. It's more general information, foundational information. And as you move to the right, it gets into more specificity. So again, this concept of building on foundational concepts. So the asterisks are components that are required to be in the forest management plan as per our forest management plan planning rule. The other pieces are have been identified as points of interest that the board has and would like to see us develop. This has been useful from a conceptual standpoint, but as we've been developing more content, as is clear in the material for today, it's the table is sort of no longer that useful. So you'll see as we move forward that we'll no longer be using that tabular format. So setting that groundwork, I'll turn it over to Ty.
Good morning, Chair Imison, State Forester Authority, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Ty Williams, I'm the Assistant District Forester in the Astoria District. The set of goals proposed for our timber resource focus on sustainability, financial viability, financial support of counties and local taxing districts, and the social aspect of employment diversity. Those goals are timber revenue that contributes towards financial viability of the State Forest Division, sustainable timber harvest that contributes revenues to state forests and counties, direct and indirect financial contributions to local and state governments, and local support for employment in a diversity of job types. As a reminder, strategies identify techniques used to achieve goals, while measurable outcomes assess progress toward them. With the time we have today, I won't review all the 5 strategies or discuss the 8 measurable outcomes that we proposed for our timber resource. I would like to take a minute to highlight one strategy as an example that would be implemented and that may apply to achieving multiple overarching goals. This strategy will apply standards for silvicultural techniques and conservation strategies. Standards may vary on the landscape depending on stand-specific goals. Standards for silvicultural techniques, legacy structure, and others may shift as determined necessary. It'll balance the goals for all strategies when implementing a harvest schedule. Strategies may include spatially explicit areas within a range of standards based on stand characteristics and nexus to other stands, as in landscape connectivity. Creation of stand types through timber harvest that creates a variety of habitat types, patch sizes, and patch placement on the state forest landscape over time. Examples would likely include thinning, patch cuts, skips, and species-specific selection. Balanced timber harvest for stands that underperform from a volume or value perspective or have forest health issues with funding levels. To simplify what this would mean to our foresters on the ground, they won't be doing the same thing everywhere. Because of varied landscapes and forest types across our west side state forest districts, they would have the flexibility to fit prescriptions to each specific stand based on stand goals, species composition, topography, contributions to species of concern, or forest health issues. With that, I'll turn it over to Nick, who will address wildlife and aquatic goals and strategies.
Thanks, Ty. Chair Imison, members, State Forest Authority, members of the board, welcome new members. For the record, my name is Nick Polizato. I'm the State Forest wildlife biologist. The goals proposed for wildlife habitat individually and collectively address several of the guiding principles of the plan, including those related to conservation of biological diversity, climate change, and providing for a range of social benefits, and of course, greatest permanent value. Louder? All right, I could do loud.
All right.
There are 3 wildlife-specific goals. The first is about systems and landscapes and communities. The second goal is about the habitat requirements of native species, including species of concern. And the third goal acknowledges growing recreational use of state forests and the need for improved integration of resource planning to enhance recreational, educational, and interpretive services related to wildlife and habitat. And all 3 goals are intended to be implemented with consideration for multiple spatial and temporal scales and ownership context. And so the first goal is to foster and enhance functional and resilient systems and landscapes to support native wildlife communities. The second goal is to provide the variety and quality of habitat types and features necessary for long-term persistence of native wildlife species. And the third goal for wildlife resources on state forests is to maintain and enhance recreational opportunities for interacting with wildlife. Okay, so to achieve the 3 wildlife goals, we have proposed 14 strategies and identified 19 measurable outcomes. And many of the strategies address multiple goals, and some are intended to be part of an integrated framework to address goals for multiple resources. Again, in the interest of time, I'll just highlight one strategy here. I can go into further detail if needed. So this example is primarily in support of goal number 2, which was from the previous slide, which was to provide for native habitat or provide habitat for native species. The high-level strategy here is to manage for functional landscapes for native wildlife. And the specific sub-strategies are to create a variety of patch types, patch sizes, and patch placement across the landscape and over time. To provide for adequate interior forest habitats, and to maintain connectivity between patches and broad landscape permeability for diverse wildlife species, including species of concern. So the overall intent here is to ensure that landscape scale planning provides for a functional configuration of important habitat types at ecological scales that wildlife respond to. The full diversity of local habitat types will be broadly distributed across the landscape in a variety of patch sizes, including both large and small patches for species of concern that are associated with late xeral forests or are sensitive to fragmentation effects, such as marble murrelets and red tree voles. We will maintain and enhance large patches of interior habitat. And then landscape scale planning processes will also ensure habitat patches are appropriately spaced to allow for population flow and legacy retention strategies and some silvicultural prescriptions. Subsequent ingrowth in our harvest units will help ensure that the landscape matrix contains sufficient habitat elements to allow for movement between these habitat patches. So this strategy and the subset of strategies then roll up with other strategies for wildlife that focus on habitat diversity and complexity, species of concern more specifically, scales of implementation, and other aspects of wildlife habitat management. Okay, moving on then to aquatic resources. There are 5 aquatic resource goals that together are expected to address conditions and shifts associated with climate change, maintain and enhance watershed processes and aquatic ecosystems, and contribute to protection and recovery of native fish and wildlife, including aquatic species listed under the federal and state ESAs. So the specific goals are to minimize and mitigate the short and long-term impacts of climate change on aquatic resources, to maintain, protect, and enhance aquatic habitats, to promote properly functioning aquatic ecosystems that support the full range of aquatic species, including salmonids, other native fish species such as lamprey, amphibians, and many other aquatic organisms. Goal 3 is to maintain the natural functions and attributes of wetlands over time and ensure that no net loss of wetlands occur as a result of forest management activities. Goal 4, manage recreational use of forests to minimize adverse impacts to riparian and aquatic resources and adjacent ownerships. And Goal 5, meet the requirements of federal and state regulations for aquatic resources. And so here we have 4 proposed strategies and 12 possible measurable outcomes. The combination of strategies will identify and inform protection, restoration, and conservation measures at site and landscape levels through the development of an aquatic and watershed database, application of site-specific protection measures, and riparian and aquatic restoration projects. And so an example strategy here is to enhance aquatic habitats to promote healthy aquatic ecosystems. And the 3 techniques this includes 3 techniques for implementing the strategy. The first is to design and implement aquatic projects that promote the recovery of species listed under the federal ESA. Second is to assess and identify opportunities for improving aquatic conditions for keystone species such as beaver or a species of concern as defined by federal and state agencies. And the third strategy is to report all riparian and aquatic restoration projects to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. Okay, so that's it for aquatic resources, and I'm going to pass it back to Ty for recreation.
Okay, so lastly, we have recreation goals and strategies. And for those, we have 3 goals. And while we reference this section as recreation, it's important to include education and interpretation services into the plan, such as those that we provide at our Tillamook Forest Center. The public services provided at the Tillamook Forest Center, combined with those of the recreation program, represent the face of the division in many ways to the agency. We serve a diverse public, which necessitates providing a range of opportunities and experiences. There is a need to grow our programs, and in so doing, our goal is to create diverse, safe, and memorable experiences. We also have a unique opportunity to impact a deeper understanding of forest and forest stewardship. Those specific goals are to provide a range of recreation opportunities, forest education programs, and interpretive experiences to serve the needs of a diverse public. To manage recreational use of forests in a safe and environmentally sustainable manner that seeks to minimize adverse impacts to resources and infrastructure. And to provide a meaningful, memorable, and enjoyable recreation, education, and interpretation experiences that help shape a lifelong appreciation and an understanding of forests and forest stewardship, which is probably why we're all in this room today. For recreation, we have 7 strategies for achieving those goals and 6 possible measurable outcomes. Taken collectively, these strategies recognize that recreation and education programs are part of the division's core business and as such are integrated into the working forest landscape. The strategies address the fact that we serve a range of user groups looking for different experiences. Our investments must align with our resources and the importance of developing private-public partnerships. An example strategy is to develop, manage, and maintain infrastructure and programs consistent with the capacity of the resource, agency, and our partners. Design and manage sustainable REI programs and infrastructure to minimize environmental impacts, reduce user conflicts, improve visitor accommodations, and integrate with the management of state forests. To educate to promote responsible use to reduce impacts to the resource and infrastructure. Review and implement standards and guidelines to govern management activities and facility design, development, operation, and maintenance. And continue to manage, maintain, and invest in existing infrastructure, programs, and opportunities. Now I'll turn it back to Liz.
All right, I'm just going to spend a few minutes then talking about measurable outcomes and our concept of how we can utilize these in the plan and in an adaptive management context. So as I mentioned, at this point, we've proposed a draft set of over 70 possible measurable outcomes. And clearly, we're going to make a case that only a subset of those would actually be included in the plan. So there's some work to do there. So the way that we're thinking about it is that some of those measurable outcomes will be mandatory at all funding levels. I think you need to click. And will inform the primary basis for performance measures. So currently we have 10 performance measures, and there are 3 each for environmental benefits, social benefits, and economic benefits. And then there's an additional performance measure for financial viability. So currently we're operating with 10. The notion would be to assure that we have the appropriate and important measurable outcome in the plan that links directly to a smaller set of performance measures. Go ahead. Additional measurable outcomes would be included in the plan and articulated as desired outcomes. And those would be measured dependent on funding and also in the perspective of the priority in an adaptive management plan. So the notion that we really can't measure everything all the time, and we're gonna have to prioritize what we're gonna be doing. So the adaptive management plan would be used to prioritize the monitoring questions. It would also help to identify for any of those given monitoring questions, which measurable outcomes are best suited to help answer our questions. And the monitoring plan would also establish the quantifiable targets for those measurable outcomes. And again, having that in an adaptive management plan allows us to respond to new information more quickly. So moving finally to the geographic scope and our recommendations. During the resource assessment, I think what became clear is the tremendous amount of variability that we have across the forest that we manage. And so to date, that has resulted in having separate plans. So at this point, we have 4 plans: the Northwest Oregon Area Plan, the Southwest Oregon Area Plan, an Elliott Forest Management Plan, and an Eastern Oregon Long Range Management Plan. There have been some recent changes that I would argue means we need to revisit that. And so one is that Department of Forestry is no longer managing the Elliott. We still have Board of Forestry parcels in the same vicinity as the Elliott, as well as we're managing some common school forest lands near the Elliott, and those are being managed under the policy of the Elliott Forest Management Plan. So the fact that we are managing those Board of Forestry lands under the Elliott Management Plan is not ideal. In addition, in an effort, one of our processes to control costs, we have made the decision to manage our land base in our Southwest Oregon area out of our Western Lane office, which is near Veneta, and all the acreage in that Veneta area also being managed out of that district. And so we talked about what that means for our management out of Western Lane, and you can see the map there from about the middle of the state and all the way down to the California border would now be managed out of that district. And so currently that management is under that area is being managed under 3 different management plans. It is definitely inefficient, even without those changes, to have individual plans for such small parcels of land. So at this point, the way we're thinking about it is the most efficient way to move forward would be to manage everything west of the crest of the Cascades under one plan. But that has to have sufficient flexibility for us to treat the variability and conditions that we know are out there. And before we move on, so just do want to make the point that gray shaded area highlights the acreage that we are not talking about managed out of our Klamath Lake District. And so that's our Sun Pass Forest and the Gilchrist State Forests. And so with that, I'll put our recommendations here for you. So today was just proposing this draft set of goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes. And so we recommend that we do the additional work to integrate these goals and strategies. Right now, some of that material is sort of siloed depending on what resource we're talking about. So some work needs to be done to integrate those, and that we would bring that back to the board in March of next year for your review and consideration for adoption. And then that we continue this work on the forest management plan used in the context of this adaptive management framework, touched a little bit on that in terms of measurable outcomes. And finally, in terms of geographic scope, that we would propose a single plan for all our properties west of the crest of the Cascades. So that concludes our formal presentation, and we'll step back for public comment.
Yeah, unless there are any clarifying questions, we'll hear from the panels, and then we'll have public comment, and then we'll call this group back again for further questions and discussion. That makes sense for everybody? All right. Thank you. So do we have an order of the? Sure. Why don't we have the conservation stakeholder group come up first? So just in terms of logistics, so we've got 15 minutes for you guys to make your presentations, and it's okay. We'll then ask questions after all of them have spoken, since I think they may have coordinated this. That way we don't penalize their time for our questions. And do you want us to sort of track how can we help on the timing of this?
I think maybe if one of us gets to 4 minutes, if you could
Scream.
make some kind of gag symbol or something, you know.
Yeah.
So.
We'll all get our Apple devices. Great.
Steve, I think you to start.
Thank you. My name is Steve Pettery. I'm the Conservation Director for Oregon Wild. We represent about 20,000 members and supporters from across the state of Oregon who support our mission to protect and restore our state's wildlands, wildlife, and waters as an enduring legacy. Key to that mission is the modernization of Oregon's laws that govern logging on state and private lands. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today and discuss ways to better protect public values on our state forests. Others on the panel will touch on recreation, wildlife habitat, and other important forest values. I would like to spend my time discussing an incredibly important and timely issue that our forests play a central role and underappreciated role in, which is combating climate change. Decades of research, much of it spearheaded by our own Oregon State University, has confirmed the importance of protecting forests to fight climate change. While Oregon does not have vast amounts of oil or coal to keep in the ground, we do have millions of acres of forests that for millions of years have naturally served as the lungs of the planet. Unfortunately, our current approach to forest management on our state and private forests puts more carbon into the atmosphere and has exacerbated the climate crisis. A recent article in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences confirms that logging is the #1 source of carbon emissions in our state. Simply put, we must do better. Our forests are also a huge opportunity for Oregon to actually lead the way nationally in combating climate change and capturing and storing carbon. Pacific Northwest old-growth forests store more carbon per acre than any other terrestrial ecosystem, even more than tropical rainforests in the Amazon. The research is clear that leaving older forests alone and extending rotation ages on younger managed forests are the two single biggest steps Oregon can take to combat climate change. The Forest Management Plan should recognize this science and outline strategies for maximizing carbon storage on state lands. The widespread use of clear cuts is especially concerning to us. Clear cuts result in massive pulses of carbon emitted in the atmosphere that can take decades to rebuild. We encourage the board to ensure that any new state forest management plan adequately analyze the carbon impacts of any potential management alternatives. We must be able to compare current practices and any proposed management plans based on their carbon impacts. In designing comparative alternatives, the board and the department should include a high carbon option that puts carbon storage as a primary goal. We believe the board will find that a high carbon approach to managing our state's forests will also yield positive outcomes for other statutory goals of the greatest permanent value framework. We find the current proposed goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes from the department to be inadequate in their approach to carbon storage. A vague goal of simply maintaining or increasing storage does not account for the decades of past management that have severely depleted carbon stocks on our state forest lands. Our forest managers today are like credit card holders who have amassed a giant debt, and they propose to deal with it by only making the minimum payments going forward. That's simply not good enough. We must actually begin to keep more forests standing, clear cut less, and regrow old growth if we are serious about addressing carbon and climate change as a state. In that effort, Oregon Wild stands ready to work with the board and support alternative revenue streams that can help reduce the reliance on clear cutting on state lands and achieve greater carbon storage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. Chair Armisen, my name is Jonathan Manton. It's nice to be with you today. I've been active in the capital scene in Oregon for about 15 years. representing a number of different, mostly conservation-oriented organizations. This is the first time that I've been before you at the Board of Forestry, so it's nice to be here. Thank you for having me. It's good to see a few of my lobbyist buddies in the audience as well. I look forward to working with them as I return to Oregon. I've actually been in Georgia for the last 2 years, where I grew up and where my family owns about, my mom now owns about 300 acres of timberland in kind of central eastern part of the state with red dirt and red clay. And so I got to go back there and spend a little time visiting the family land as that informs my testimony today. It's really nice to be back in the Pacific Northwest and to be back doing the work that I love, which is advocating for the places that I very much care about in Oregon. And in that regard, I'm here today on behalf of Beyond Toxics, which is an environmental organization that's statewide. And the testimony was given back in July 23rd that I will incorporate into what I'm going to just quickly summarize and review for you today. But for the new members of the board, that may be a reference point to go back to, is that previous testimony. So with regard to the forest management plan, Beyond Toxics and I would like to encourage changes to conserve and restore forest ecosystems, to incorporate health-based standards to enhance overall protection of water quality, soil integrity, and human health. We'd like to see a policy shift away from the state's reliance on the aerial herbicide applications as a forest management tool in state forests. These are public forests that we all own equally as Oregonians. And hopefully you'll take that into consideration. While there are a number of laudable goals in the forest management plan, the issue of updating forest chemical practices is largely ignored. We recommend modernizing Oregon state forest management practices by adopting successful, common sense, and science-based models followed by the United States Forest Service and neighboring states with similar forest soils, tree species, and climate. Please consider these comments to advance the concepts and attributes in both Principle 2 and Principle 5. The primary issue that needs the board's attention is protecting water resources. Compared to other Pacific Northwest states, Oregon has the smallest forestry-specific buffers for aerial herbicide application. In fact, Oregon currently lacks protections for perennial tributaries to fish streams. Please see Table 1, Forest Chemical Buffer Comparison. Other Pacific Northwest states require larger spray buffers overall and mandated buffers for all streams of flowing water, not only fish habitat and drinking water streams. Furthermore, nearly 40 years ago, the United States Forest Service ended the use of helicopters to spray herbicides as a management tool in federal forests. We urge the board to consider adopting these modest additions to the state forest management plan, following 3. Please phase out aerial herbicide sprays in state forests and set a goal of 2020 to end aerial spraying. Increase pesticide buffers on all drinking water sources, springs, streams, and lakes to 300 feet. And establish pesticide buffers on perennial non-fish tributary streams, which at a minimum adhere to the standards practiced in neighboring states. Kind of started real quick, and I know my time's up, so I'll just briefly start with a personal note. I want to end with one real quick. Coming back here, I would love, like nothing else, to buy a piece of forest land. That's my dream, is to have as much of a homestead as possible and have a sustainable timber managed piece of land and live a rural lifestyle. That's in my blood. It's what I'd like to do. My biggest concern with doing that right now, as I look around this state, is trying to find a piece of land that I feel comfortable raising a family on that hasn't been poisoned, that I'm not worried about helicopters coming in with 1 year notice, nothing more specific than that, to come spray. So I just ask you to keep those considerations in mind as you make your decisions in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Amison, State Forester Dotary, and members of the board. My name is Bob Reese. I'm Executive Director for the Association of Northwest Steelheaders and founder of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, also a professional fishing guide of 22 years. I always appreciate a little time in November to give you the fishing report for the season, but to put it bluntly, for this year, our West Coast fishermen are likely to qualify for disaster relief next year. Our fisheries have once again crashed. Nearly unprecedented closures cut most North Coast fisheries well short of historic opportunity, with the most recent closure affecting the entire network of river systems that flow from the Tillamook and Clatsop State Forests this year. Our natural fish hatcheries, these 2 state forests, are sick. The sport fleet had 5 days to prosecute a wild coho season in September of this year. Pretty hard to build a successful business model off of. Can you imagine if the timber industry had 5 days to harvest all the trees they needed to fuel their industry for the year? Still in violation of water quality standards that meet the needs for the spawning and rearing of wild salmon and steelhead, every major North Coast river continues to fail to live up to its potential for production. Between lethal summer water temperatures that kill fish, both juveniles and returning adults, wild spring Chinook, and torrential fall rains that suffocate incubating eggs and silt, this ecosystem remains highly dysfunctional in its current state. Furthermore, the current forest management plan with an inadequate strategy for growing old growth stands that buffer against both of these lethal events and offer an opportunity to retain complex structure in these flash flood prone river systems offers no resolution. And it was glaring to me in the staff presentation that the term restoring salmon habitat was not identified as a goal in the measurable outcomes like it has historically. That was problematic for me and the folks that I represent. Major road systems remained close to fish-bearing streams, and the salmon anchor habitat strategies were weakened in 2010 with clear-cut caps removed. In an era when we had an opportunity for conservation gains, we once again fell short of recognizing the benefits of salmon to our rural communities. I recognize the board adopted modest gains on private forest land buffers not that long ago, but when Oregon is the West Coast state with the weakest protections on state and private forest lands, it's not a high bar to reach. Federal forest protections are paying dividends one would expect for Oregon's wild salmon. Coho, spring Chinook, and steelhead are making remarkable gains in watersheds on federal lands such as the Siuslaw National Forest. The Siltcoos and Taconich systems have seen historic returns, and the Umpqua River this fall was awash with wild coho. The model for recovery is out there. I'm just not sure we've got there yet as a state. I'd like to think a revised FMP is possible, one that recognizes fish as a forest product too. I recognize that there may be too many barriers for such initiative in the near future, but a habitat conservation plan seems like a possibility and a good place to start. I'll leave you with one final thought. You're likely to hear that ocean conditions are largely to blame for the great salmon crash of 2018 and the one we'll experience next year, which is largely true. But just how much control do we have on management strategies for unfavorable ocean events, other than managing for the organic debris that fuels the entire upwelling food web when washed off of the continental shelf? I want to thank you for your time and your service to Oregon. I've included a graph that was recently produced in a federal document that shows the socioeconomic values of state forest lands to outdoor recreation. And as you'll see on the left-hand side is current status, and on the right-hand side is the upward trajectory that is likely to happen in the next 40 years on our federal forest lands. Thank you.
Board members and State Forest Authority, my name is Bob Van Dyke, and I work for the Wild Salmon Center and with the Oregon Forest Conservation Coalition. Together, our groups represent tens of thousands of Oregonians who want balanced management and durable conservation on our state-owned lands. And I'm giving testimony, of course, on the goals, strategies, and outcomes document. We were eager to see that document because we really took it as a chance to see ODF's vision of how to increase financial viability and also improve conservation outcomes compared to the current plan. But unfortunately, we couldn't really tell from the proposal. Those things were just simply not clearly stated. I have a slightly better impression now after the staff presentation, but it would be certainly helpful to have that sort of thing summarized in the staff report when those materials are released. Those things were just simply not clearly stated in the documents that were put forward. So we were left wondering, how is this going to improve financial viability? What specific conservation improvements will we get here compared to the current plan? We also were eager for an explanation of how the department saw the need for this change. And there again was little information about that in the presentation, but it wasn't present in the documents. So when we compare the current plan to what was in their documents, it was hard for us to tell, what's going to be better or different here. Most of the strategies identified in their document are already strategies in the current forest management plan. So the real nub, and I've got longer testimony I'll give you in writing, seemed to be that the one thing we could tell is the department seemed to be proposing to remove some of the specific sideboards that are in the current plan. In particular, the structure goals for each district. So currently each district has a range of goals that they need to make for older forest structure. And so that seems to be removed. And it just wasn't clear to us why those were dropped. How is that going to improve conservation, or how is that related to financial viability? Exactly. So as a replacement for that, they've got a long list of strategies, but not really clear commitments. And then on top of that, there's a commitment to an adaptive management approach. So as you all know, we already have an adaptive management approach that's in the current forest management plan. And there are already performance measures that were adopted by this board for state forests after a long process. Those were abandoned in 2013. I'm not sure why. My impression was it was partly because the department couldn't afford to do all the reporting for the performance measures. So I guess a concern I want to highlight is if there's a strong emphasis on adaptive management here and monitoring, it seems to me there's going to need to be a major increase in the Department of Forestry's budget to do those science multi-year monitoring projects. And I'm not sure how that squares with increased financial viability. So I'll wrap up quickly by reminding you that one of the main challenges ODF faces now is high costs and the increasing costs of providing their program. And that's not their fault. They've actually taken quite a few measures to deal with that issue, but it's still there for reasons they don't control. And it's just, furthermore, right now we're at record timber prices and harvesting at the highest level ever, yet the focus is on improving financial viability. So it says to us that there's a structural problem here related to costs. If you're at highest harvest and you've got record timber prices and you still have a financial viability problem, there's something going wrong there. And for our view, it's really the need for public investment in state forests, adopting a pathway like the private land and the federal land where there's public contribution. So we think that's where you should set your star, is heading toward that, and really set aside this forest management plan revision, which we don't, are, I guess, unlikely to support, I would say. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions? So Bob, I just have, I mean, you said we should think about setting this aside. So do you think that the current forest plan that we operate under is not in need of updating or revision?
I could see potential revisions to be made to it, and but I don't think, I mean, there are ample revisions that could be made to increase conservation values. Those are not hard to identify, I don't think. It's harder for me to see a revision to it that would improve financial viability in some really substantive way that didn't just come straight at the cost of conservation outcomes. So given there's that tension, it's not clear to me that the problem's the plan. The plan has quite a bit of discretion in it already across districts and across time and location. So, I mean, it's not like the department's getting sued all the time because the forest management plan boxes them in. In fact, there's never been a lawsuit based on state law in the forest management plan, as far as I can tell. So it just doesn't seem to me that the need for more discretion is the.
You don't see it as the impediment.
I sure don't, no. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
And now we'll have the other panel. The same question before we start. So we have 15 minutes. Are you guys, have you allocated time individually or?
I think we're good. I think we'll be able to keep it within that. Hopefully we'll be even a little bit under.
I'll tell you what, when we get to like 13 minutes, we'll let you know.
Perfect. Perfect. That should be fine. Thank you. All right. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board, new board members. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes and I work for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I've given you a written version of my testimony that should be coming around. I wanted to first introduce myself and introduce OFIC because this is the first time I'm appearing before these three new board members. And so OFIC is a trade association that represents large forest landowners and manufacturers in the state of Oregon. The majority of those are our members. I personally grew up in Oregon, grew up around forestry on my family's family tree farm. I have a degree from Oregon State University in forest management. Spent several years in Washington State managing state forests in Washington State and dealing with forest practices issues, and have recently in the last few years come down to Oregon and doing some of the same type of work here in Oregon, working for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. So in terms of my testimony today, I wanted to hit on two primary topics. One is this issue of a linear process versus one that would compare alternatives. And then the second is an idea of, and it kind of dovetailing off of what Bob said, frankly, in his testimony in terms of metrics and some tangible outcomes. So first of all, this kind of linear process, and this is something we've testified on before, and others have testified on before. What you have before you appears to be sort of a line upon line version of how you build a plan. The problem with that is you don't always know what that outcome is going to be. In fact, I would suggest to you that in a similar process several years ago when the current plan was developed, they didn't quite understand what that was going to result in either. In fact, you'll hear tomorrow some talk about 50% of the current land base under the current FMP being offline to harvest and being more dedicated towards this desire or these conditions in the future, forest management types of conditions. I don't believe that number, for that 50% number, was understood at all at that time. In fact, that tends to be part of the problem with this line upon line sort of building of a plan versus one with alternatives, where we could discuss what those tangible alternatives might look like and see where we agree and talk about where we make those sorts of concessions and provisions and conversation back and forth between parties that might want to find the common ground. As one alternative in sort of this alternative scenario, I would strongly recommend measuring to the standards of the FPA. You've heard us say this before. This is a baseline, and we're not saying manage to the FPA. We're saying that although certainly you could and still meet all of those provisions of healthy water and wildlife, abundant wildlife, what we're saying is that becomes the baseline upon which you can make those comparisons. And that seems to me that would be the obvious alternative on one side of the spectrum. That's what you could do in terms of a maximum efficiency in terms of a timber harvest outcome. And then you'd sort of look beyond that and see what other kind of things might you do to deal with some of the issues you have before you. The other thing I'd like to bring up is this idea of metrics and tangible outcomes. What you have before you is so generic, and I'm agreeing with Bob that we can't have a real conversation about what this means at this point. And maybe that's just because that's the point we're at in this process. And I think that's what you'll probably hear. Peter shaking his head, so I think that's probably correct, right? But at some point, we're going to start having to talk about some real measurable outcomes here and some real tangible numbers, so that we can talk about what this really means in terms of protecting certain things and trying to get harvest levels and those sorts of things, right? In closing, I'd remind you that these forests have real value. And I know you know this, but no one understands this more than the folks who live in these communities and depend on these resources. This is their backyard. And it strikes me as sometimes as disingenuous that the rest of us in the state try to tell people in these communities how that they should manage these resources, or how these resources should so that we can keep them as sort of a playground for those of us who might go there every once in a while. Well, this is the real livelihoods and lifestyle of these individuals that live in these areas. And I think that that you can rest assured that as a board, you don't need to be troubled with the idea that you can't have all of these things. You can have clean water, abundant wildlife, and robust timber harvest. This is something you should expect. This is something that foresters, I think, in this state are used to providing. This is our job. This is what we spend our life studying and doing on the landscape, is trying to balance these outcomes for society. So I leave you with that. And if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
State Forester Doherty, Chair Imison, members of the board. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your personal and professional sacrifices to serve on this board for the greater good of all Oregonians. I'm Dave Cooner, a division forester with Hampton Lumber. I've spent 25 years of my career working in the Tillamook and Clatsop state forests. I'm grateful to be able to raise a family in Tillamook County and proud of the contributions my line of work has made to the resilience of our local economy and the quality of life in our community. We value water quality, habitat, recreation opportunities, and the county's public and private forests provide these for the residents and the visitors alike. In addition to my work with Hampton Lumber, I volunteer with our high school's Future Natural Resource Leaders program. It's real similarly aligned to the FFA, but more of a natural resource focus. It's been incredibly rewarding to see the young people recognize the unique relationship we have with our working forests and to hear their excitement about a future career in the woods. I'm also co-chair of the Tillamook Working Lands and Water Cooperative, and that's a group of individuals who make a living farming, fishing, and working in the forests in our county. We aim to raise awareness of the importance of these sectors, the needs and challenges associated with them, and the pride we take in our stewardship responsibilities. I hope you share that pride. For as a board tasked with oversight of forest management in this state, you play an important role in ensuring our community and natural resource industries are successful long-term. Part of my job at Hampton is to provide logs for our sawmills in Warrenton and Tillamook. These mills provide over 300 direct year-round family wage jobs. Indirect jobs are not included in that number. I cannot overstate the importance of timber harvest on the Clatsop and Tillamook State Forest to our community and our mills. Our communities on the North Coast are not based on high-tech service industries, nor will they ever be. Our niche is in natural resources, as well as food and wood product manufacturing. Seasonal tourism, while a welcome addition, it doesn't provide sustainable income levels that are needed to sustain a healthy, vibrant coastal community in Oregon. In Tillamook County, the average forest sector job pays roughly $60,000 a year. The average wage countywide is half of that. As you can imagine, when mills close or struggle, it ripples through the rest of our coastal community. As an example, in the mid-'80s, the publisher's paper owned a sawmill in Tillamook that curtailed operations due to reduced timber supply. After 3 months, local coffee shops, tire shops, diesel repair shops all felt the pinch. As time went on, social services were strained due to declined revenues. It's well understood that economic hardship is a major catalyst for income inequality, crime, and drug use in urban areas. Our community is no different. We need good, steady jobs to keep the social fabric of our communities intact. That's what state forests provide for Oregon's coastal counties. A more recent example of a similar economic hardship is currently playing out in Cave Junction as a result of the recent closure of that sawmill. I have witnessed the growth potential of the Northwest State Forest firsthand and have to say that I find it sad and frustrating that a state that enjoys such an abundance of renewable natural resource wealth will continue to struggle to meet citizens' needs in terms of adequate funding for public safety, education, and other programs. It's our privilege and our responsibility to manage these forests in a way that provides sustainable benefits for all. The thought of policy choices or negotiation giving away the economic benefits provided by the state forest to my community definitely keeps me up at night. 60% of forest land in Oregon is federally owned, the vast majority of which is reserved for habitat and recreation values. At less than 4%, state forests present a relatively small portion of Oregon's total forest land. That 4%, however, is a large and critical part of the success of the local wood manufacturing sector that requires a reliable supply of state forest timber to maintain essential infrastructure and employment. The Tillamook and Clatsop state forests were deeded to the state for the purpose of managing them on behalf of the counties. As far as I'm aware, that relationship has never changed. There's no question that we can sustainably increase harvest levels and simultaneously enhance conservation outcomes. In so doing, we can realize the greatest permanent value mandated by statute. To that end, I remain optimistic that we can find a sustainable solution that would keep Tillamook and other rural communities healthy for years to come. And I'd like to leave you with a quote that State Forester Dougherty had in his opening comments, and that is, your guys' focus is that a revised forest management plan will ensure long-term sustainable benefits for all Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Amison, State Forester Dougherty, members of the board. My name is Heath Curtis. For the record, I'm here on behalf of the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I hadn't actually intended to testify before you today, but a couple of statements earlier provoked a response. Both of the representatives from Oregon Wild actually made great hay about how Oregon's forests are the #1 carbon emitter in the state. That's fundamentally untrue. The papers that they reference at Oregon State don't say that. The authors of those papers have never stated that. The only parties who are making that claim are Oregon Wild and in some circumstances, the Center for Sustainable Economy. It's untrue if you just think about it intuitively. That is to say, when you harvest a tree, of course, some portion of that tree is not stored in buildings long-term. However, that tree is there to be harvested because we grew it in the first place, and we grow another one right behind it. And in fact, that's not even true. Right behind it, we grow more than one. The Oregon Global Warming Commission recently concluded that Oregon's forests are presently sequestering half of all of Oregon's emissions. That's because we are growing radically more biomass on the landscape than we are losing to harvest or mortality in total. As an indication of the marginal position you heard earlier, on September 24th, a letter signed by 19 PhDs who specialize in specifically this issue, that is to say, carbon in Oregon's forest, was sent to the Oregon Global Warming Commission and to the Joint Committee on Carbon Reduction in the legislature that fundamentally disagrees with the conclusions that you heard earlier. What would those folks have you do? That is to say, what would the earlier folks have you do? I think the objective is to reduce harvest on state lands in the interest of sequestering more carbon on state lands. But what would happen there, right? Oregon's going to be growing. We're going to be building a lot more houses. We got a lot of people moving to this state. We got to build it out of something. And if we're not building it out of wood from Oregon, one of two things is true. We're either building it out of less climate-friendly alternatives, as say steel and concrete, or we're building it with wood from other places that are by definition farther away. The best answer in terms of a climate solution is to use more Oregon wood, not less. And there are some very exciting and novel applications of using Oregon wood that are in development now. And I would encourage you to look at them. In terms of the state forests, it's quite literally the circumstance where we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have healthy, vibrant economies in rural Oregon. We can increase production off of those forests, and we can be actively sequestering carbon at the same time. This is the only principal building material that can say it's renewable. We use sunlight to capture carbon from the air and turn it into a renewable building material. We're very proud of that, and we hope you'll stand proud with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, thanks very much for coming. And now we'll have the Liz and team come back up to the table.
Tom,
Yes.
just as a heads up, somehow between home and here, I've lost the paper that I printed out that included all the work I did last weekend reviewing this. So I'm going to step out momentarily and get a hold of my husband, see if he's at home and can email it here so I can have it reprinted so that all that work I promised you guys I would do is actually available. Yeah.
Are there questions, comments that you heard that, or questions that you have for staff before we get to a decision point here? Tim?
Liz, as I've been looking at all of this, I've heard that one of the big goals here is to increase the flexibility for the agency, and I can understand that goal when I look at being able to have more flexibility around harvest. That seems easy to understand. What I'm interested in having you comment on is, in what ways is this increased flexibility in terms of the ability on conservation goals, and what in the existing plan handicaps conservation goal efforts?
Sure. I would highlight two pieces at this point. And one is sort of the square peg in a round hole. And so I think of an application in our Tillamook district of specific targets for 30% of the forest to be in a complex structure. And our ability to get there, there's a given set of silvicultural tools to create that, with the goal of creating it in a shorter time frame being the crux there. And given the forest health conditions, our ability to affect that change and meet that intention of creating it in a shorter time frame is really up to question, and possibly invalid. And so we have to take it, I would argue, because of the forest health issues, we're in a place where we need to take a different approach there. And having the flexibility to do that the intention would be, we would have specific silvicultural practices to manage those in a way that both creates a healthy forest as well as the benefits for wildlife. So we're both addressing the conservation, I would say, shortcomings of those current very specific strategies around having the targets in the plan. Still maintain, as Nick highlighted, the landscape functionality, but having greater tools to figure out the right place and the right time to do that. Another example would be in our Southwest Oregon district, and I don't know how much time folks have spent in those forests, but really fundamentally a different forest type, and managing those for layered stands in the different forest type and different fire regime is really not a good match whatsoever. And so having the flexibility to do that is more in alignment with conservation goals, and ultimately the intention would be to improve our financial outcomes. So those are two examples I'd offer.
And I realized as you began speaking that I jumped a step here, because we do have other public testimony.
I was wondering.
So was I.
That's weird. Okay. So we shall
Well, oh, wait a minute. Wait a
vacate the
minute.
premises.
Wait a minute. I think that everybody, that Jason appeared, at the outset of the meeting. So did anybody sign up who has not already appeared
On this topic?
on this topic? I'm not here on this topic. Okay. Okay. Well, let's have you come up. I apologize. And have you guys can stay here. We'll have Jason come up. You'll just have to give him a microphone.
It does. Welcome aboard.
Yes. I'm sorry. I do ties. My error.
That's why I don't work in government. Thank you, Chair Imus and members of the board. I appreciate you accommodating me wanting to speak on both subjects. Had I realized it was going to be an issue, I could have tried to combine, but I did not plan for that. Again, my name is Jason Gonzalez, and I'm Forest and Watershed Campaign Organizer for Oregon Wild. And a reminder, based on some previous comments from timber lobbyists, I live and work in a working forest in rural Oregon where I cut trees down, mill them, and build things out of them on a regular basis. I actually really enjoy doing that. I'm a big fan of thinning our forests and of keeping them healthy and providing wood products to the industry. I'd like to highlight the folk that neither I or any of my colleagues today have come before you and said we need to stop logging. Nobody's here saying we need to stop logging. I'd also like to point out to you that the Oregon State Economist just a few years ago declared, based on data, that if we were to return to the good old days of pre-1980s logging, when we hardly had any really regulations on any of this, we would provide 30% of the jobs we did at the time. 60% of our job losses, over 60% of our job losses out of this industry are due to automation, efficiency gains, and mechanization. We can't forget that. We can't double down on going beyond record level harvesting on these lands and expect it to fix a job situation in Tillamook County. We're doing a lot of logging out there on these properties already, and the jobs are going down because that's what happens to older industries. We are progressing, things are changing, and that's how it happens. I'd like to share one more brief anecdote with you about some of the volunteer work that I do in my community, which is taking hundreds and hundreds of school children from the cities around Eugene and Springfield area out to look at salmon every year at this time of year. We've never been presented with the challenge that we're presented with this year, where all of those hundreds and hundreds of children have to share the same 2 salmon in one stream to look at. We've never experienced that before. And we're experiencing that this year because of the types of harvest, the types of water flow that we are dealing with in the streams that we use. Another peer-reviewed scientific study that I would like to reference, as I did earlier, peer-reviewed science from OSU. I encourage you to invite those researchers here to show you their charts and science themselves. Don't trust me. I've seen their graphs. I'd be happy to see them here in front of you today. Another one that I would like to point out to you, which I did not bring today because I was not prepared to testify on this specific subject, is titled Perry Jones 2016. In which OSU research documented that intensive management in tree farming is reducing stream flows by 50% for several decades in our streams. Those of us who live and work in these forests are seeing that every day. I fear the future day where my children will have to come to this board and ask why it is that they have to go to a museum to see salmon, and why it is that they have to go to the very, very heart of the most remote national forests to see a tree that is bigger around than me. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thanks, Sal, for accommodating. Apologize.
So we'll go back to.
And yes, sorry, I'd like to point out one other piece that is less about flexibility, but an opportunity for improvement for conservation strategies in considering this revision is to increase the attention to climate change. And so the current plan only really has one reference to climate change. And so we have an opportunity at this point to speak to that, both in an adaptive management frame, but also in a critical look at some potential strategies that would help us accommodate that.
So I have a few questions. One deals with the goals as outlined here. And I see statements such as foster and enhance functional and resilient landscapes, systems and landscapes to support native wildlife communities. Also protect, maintain, and enhance habitat for species of concern. Is the implication there that your goal will be to restore habitat that has since been lost?
In some cases, and it's not, so it is the notion that, you know, when you start getting into the historical range of variation, you realize that maybe that's not exactly the proper goal. That doesn't mean that restoration still doesn't have a role on our forests, right? And so an example might be in the Tillamook burn, given the seeding history there, we were left with over 100,000 acres of alder dominated stands. If you wanted to send that on some different trajectory, you would do some restoration work in there. And it would likely be intended to promote complex forest over the long term, et cetera. But are we trying to restore the forest to what it looked like pre-burn? No.
Yeah, thank you. That really wasn't my question, though. We have species of concern, which are species of concern for a reason. Their populations have been widely distributed and lowered overall. So if this is a public resource and those are species of concern, should we not be focusing on restoration of habitat for them?
Yeah, no, and so that's another example of a place where we would focus on.
Okay.
So, for example, in our occupied owl and murrelet sites,
Yeah.
When we propose to do something in there that's habitat driven, it's focused on restoring late zero forests.
Does the current forest management plan focus on restoring habitat for some of these late successional species?
Yeah, so it's got, the desired future condition is 30 to 50% of the forest on any given district in late zero condition for predominantly those species of concern.
I think if I remember right, when I reviewed the current forest management plan, adaptive management is part of that, is it not? Yeah. So I'm having a hard time if the current plan is designed to be intended to have an HCP assigned to it. And tomorrow we'll be talking about considering an HCP. I'm having a hard time figuring out why we're doing this revision. If it's already taking into consideration restoration of habitat for some of these species, there's already adaptive management, which can address some of the climate change issues. And it's already designed to take into consideration an HCP option. So help me.
Yeah, sure. So the initial sort of instigation to consider a revised plan was with the completion of the 2012 financial viability report that identified several ideas around what our challenges are financially and what some solutions might be. And that was reviewed by financial experts in the financial sector. And a few of the key findings from that included look at the potential to revise a policy revision as a potential tool for increasing revenue. It also identified the need to monetize non-monetized services that come off of state forests, challenging, although we have pursued that in a couple of different sessions. And it also made clear that the division really could not absorb any more reductions in staff, and that in doing so and reducing the workforce, we would be putting at risk the ability for us to deliver on greatest permanent value. And so we have pursued other sources of revenue. We've not given that up, and we've made some changes that are going to be implemented this year in terms of our organizational structure, which come with some cost savings. And part of that also brings on a new position to develop partnerships, which is probably the best place we can go. So that's where that spawned. Then the board began thinking about it, and the direction became increased financial viability and conservation outcomes. So that's how it evolved. But I would argue that the starting point was with financial viability. I would also submit that without an HCP, without an HCP, the current plan presents tremendous risk under a take avoidance reality. We are in a situation that is quite clear. We're looking at additional listing of species. That's not really a question at all. With some uncertainties that exist right now for policies that we're living with in our collaborative efforts with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There's still uncertainties around the policies and operational decisions that they expect of us around murrelets and how we should find them and what we should do to protect them. Same with owl circles and the potential for those to become abandoned and how the services would consider that or not. We're living in a great degree of uncertainty right now, largely related to not having an HCP operate under take avoidance with a set of strategies that were designed for an HCP.
I have more questions, but I'll hold them until later. Thank you.
So just a timing conversational deal. I know our original agenda had us taking a break now.
Yeah, actually, it had us taking a break.
Are we going to do so? Because if so, I'm going to make a mad dash to the hotel and see if I can find my notes there, since I got my husband's voicemail.
Yeah, we can. Why don't you want to take a 15-minute break?
Would that be okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you.
The current plan is, just so we're clear, we did have a break integrated into this, and then and this item then going for another hour. So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Okay, Cindy, did you have a question?
Thank you. Are we?
Yeah. We've reconvened here.
Okay, so I had some partial success on my mad dash. I actually did spend the weekend going through all of the proposed, and somehow the only piece I was able to recover was comments on sort of my thoughts and comments on the aquatic section, but I can generalize from there. Before I get to that, however, I did want to thank you for the corrected version of the staff report this morning that resolved the editing error on the fact that we have the two co-equal twin goals. For the new board members in particular, I think it's really important that you all know that the direction that we're marching under is that we're looking to improve financial viability and improve conservation values on state forests as compared to the current management plan. And I think it's really important to have that fix so that we know that staff understands the direction and is pursuing their effort with that in mind. For me in particular, it's very important that we operate under those two twin goals. And I'm really happy to be able to get off of that defense and get into some of the details of where we're going. So the first question that's an overarching question that I have relates to the financial viability goal. We had some testimony from our conservation panel that Bob mentioned, and we've heard it from him several times, that we're in a situation now where we have highest timber prices and highest volume produced off the state forest for some time. And I'd just like some context and feedback on that particular point.
Absolutely, welcome the opportunity. Although the indications are that the trend is changing, but over the past couple of years, we have been operating in a very good timber market. And we took advantage of that by emphasizing harvest options that had high value, high volume characteristics and had low costs, low harvest costs. That I'll speak to the finances first. What that has done for us is to be able to put us in a good position where now we can step back and begin reinvesting. In fact, we did it last fiscal year, begin reinvesting in things like young stand management, recreation, some improvements, sort of capital improvements, boomer trapping. There's a whole range of reinvestments that we made last year. As we're entering into our upcoming fiscal year, we're committed to doing the same thing and looking at making sure that we're balancing both our expenditures, the revenue coming in, and the reinvestment in the forest. Doing more inventory is another example. I forgot to mention that. So those are all the things that are happening in terms of reinvesting. This sort of producing the highest volume on record is a valid point. I do want to remind folks that there's volume that's harvested as compared to volume that is sold. So what that means is we can sell a timber sale, and our purchasers have 3 years to harvest it and get their timber to the mill. And so in a good market, there's greater motivation to sell, to get that wood harvested and get it to the mill. And so that volume came through at a much higher rate than we typically would have. We're selling about the same volume as we have over the past several years. So I think it's important to make that distinction. It is an important observation, but it's important to recognize that. And that's a social benefit in essence, in terms of working with our purchasers who are really important customers of ours.
I do a little follow-up on the same question. So one of the other things Bob said is raise the question of, does this fact that we have been, bringing in a lot of, selling a lot of timber right now in a good market, mean that there is some structural issue with the department that would indicate it's somehow not capable of managing these lands in an economically sustainable way, or there's something about the ownership that we have where we're not capable of doing that, or is that what we're trying to explore through this? I mean, Washington has, I don't know if they're struggling with their issues or not. They've got significant publicly owned through the, and similar, or actually more in the common school fund side of things, more similar to DSL and what we would have as DSL lands in here, but also, responsibilities to counties and that sort of thing. Is there something that we're not understanding yet about, or can it all be sorted out through structure or strategy?
Right. Yeah, Tom, I was sort of going to go that direction as well. And if I can jump in and then let you respond to both of us. That's the income side. Obviously, the other half of it is the cost side. I know I haven't seen the dashboard information that we saw, I think almost every meeting when I first came on board, that had state forests going to zero about 6 years out. And it always seemed to be about 6 years out because you guys were making adjustments to push it off. But I haven't seen that. And frankly, even what we did see was just net, and it didn't show us the income cost relationship. And if we're harvesting a lot now and we're high grading the ones that are high value, low cost to harvest, that's not sustainable through time. And so at some point we're going to run out of high value, low cost sales. And we'll have to deal with what seems to me kind of the fundamental mismatch between the money that we net to manage with and the costs that we have incurred. And Bob referred to a number of them that are not costs that are within our control. And I assume he was referring to PERS. But I'd like a little bit more understanding about sort of if we've been operating in the recent years with high volume, high cost sales, but we're still going to zero over the long term. And we know we can't sustain, there aren't infinite number of high value, low cost sales out there. Structurally, what are we dealing with?
Okay, so there's a lot there. So
yeah.
if I don't get it all, definitely
Mhm.
prompt me again. Looks like Brian is here as
Good morning,
Supports.
Board. Chair Imeson, State Forest Authority. I came up here because I have been putting together our financial report for the year. I have been putting together that dashboard. I believe the board will be seeing that dashboard at the January meeting. And so I think
If you could break out on the dashboard, sort of the income and the costs, as well as the general trend line, it'd be
Yes.
nice to know that.
I sure will. That's a great, I'll make a note of that and make sure. And this morning I could briefly talk you through because why I think I think the questions are really around our financials and maybe a little bit less right now on the goals and strategies and measurable outcomes. But
I'll get there.
I was going to say, I'll make this brief and we can get back to that. So sure, we have been seeing record high timber prices. The industry has, State Forest has benefited from those sales at really high cost. We have been selling timber at our normal rate, a little bit above that. And then the purchasers have been harvesting at a very high rate. So last year, fiscal 18, which ended in July, was our highest rate of harvest that ever occurred on state forest land. And it was about 315 million board feet. And we sold about 240 million board feet. And so that's that disparity there. To get to the cost and revenue questions, we are making money right now in this high market with the high volume. So on net revenue, we made about $15 million last year. So State Forest made that. And so I'll break it down a little bit more. Our total revenue was from timber sales was $128 million. We will distribute to the counties $81 million. We retained at ODF $47 million and our expenses were $33 million. So that gave us a net of about $15 million. We will project out and we'll show you the projection over the next couple of years. We expect to make around $13 million for the next 2 to 3 years. And so we very much are in a time of profit, if you will. Recognize, and we've talked to the board about this, with our reorganization, with our budget reductions, with our business improvements, we have really held our budgets flat. And so we do see this as an opportunity. And we did, starting in July, to reinvest in the forest in those areas that Liz spoke to make improvements while we had the money at hand. So the issue is long-term, and we know from the studies we've done around our business in the last couple of years that our long-term costs rise about 4% a year. And that is taking into consideration all the factors, our payroll, our PERS, the things that Bob mentioned. That said, that 4% a year, when we look at historic stumpage increases, it averages about 2% a year. So we do have a long-term financial issue if our costs are rising about 4% a year and stumpage is rising 2% a year. I would say that's not specific to State Forest. I would argue that the industry, the forest sector as a whole, is challenged with that, and they've done things to accommodate on their business needs and things like that. So we will always continue to adjust our business to be more nimble and strategic. We will continue to adjust our organization to be as efficient as possible. But ultimately, we do need to change the plan to increase financial viability and conservation outcomes in it over the long term. And so, yes, if we take a very short-term look, a couple of years, things look okay. But really, this process, the staff work that's being done is that longer-term look, that long-term sustainability to be able to implement greatest permanent value.
Get back to is that if we're operating in an environment where our costs are rising at a rate 2% faster than our income is rising or likely to rise, is that in fact a structural problem that we're not going to be able to get out of by increasing harvest. Is that's, you know, so for me, from the beginning of this exercise 6 years ago when I joined the board, the bigger area of play for increasing financial viability always seemed to me that it was likely not within the plan, but in actions and activities outside of the plan. Not that there weren't opportunities to increase financial viability within the plan, but that the bigger field of play seemed to me to be diversifying funding sources, you know, doing those things that aren't plan linked. And the question I have is, if we're limiting our response to increasing financial viability for the division to actions within the plan, is that reasonable if we're in a situation where costs are growing 2% and income, or 4%, and income is growing 2%? Do we need to change something fundamentally outside of plan operations?
It goes back to Peter's opening comments, which is that we've always have characterized this as a three-pronged approach.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's important to clarify, if that clarity isn't there, that I don't think we've ever framed this up that we're going to solve financial viability in its entirety just by
In the
changing
plan.
Okay. So yes, those other pieces are important, and we've been very active on making those improvements.
Okay, so what it gets to, there's been some conversation over time about, I guess, linking back to the twin goals. They were worded specifically that we're looking to increase financial viability and increase conservation outcomes as compared to our current operations, i.e. under the current plan. There has been some comments here and there that I have heard that you either, on the financial viability, you either solve the financial viability problem or you don't solve the financial viability problem. But from what I just heard from you guys, it is clearly your understanding and the division's understanding that that solution to financial viability is not 100% dependent upon the plan.
Correct. Okay. That's exactly right.
Okay. So we're not looking to literally cut our way to
That's right.
financial viability.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think Peter is.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Outset, I think the word was enhance financial viability, whatever, but and I think that ultimately, at some point, the problem will get solved because we're a part of the state, and you can't go too long without any money or in a negative situation. I think the question becomes part of the question is what can you do within the framework of the plan and these other issues to enhance or improve or increase financial viability. And to me, we're not there yet. We haven't fully explored what our options are. And that's where I think some of the difference sometimes you'll hear is if we haven't gotten there to that magic place yet, we're not going to. And I guess I think that we started on this effort quite a while ago. We have had fits and starts, but we haven't really gotten to the point where we can, I think as a board, as a complete board, draw definite conclusions from it.
Yeah, and I would go on further. If there's a structural problem, the structural problem is public forests are asked to provide vast amounts of highly valuable public benefits at no cost,
yes.
Or at least no cost to the direct user. So recreation is the largest single subsidized activity in the United States, both on national federal forests as well as currently on state forests, for a tune of $3 million a year is what we're spending on recreation and bringing very little. And we think it's very valuable and it's part of greatest permanent value, but that's a real structural problem. And we have gone twice now or 3 times to the legislature to try to get public funding for public benefits. And we do not get the support necessary to push that across the finish line, which is why we're actively pursuing public-private partnerships. We have one that's pretty good with the Tillamook Forest Trust around education and interpretation, and we need to expand that into our general recreation program. And I think if we can build those public-private partnerships, then we might get support for some more public funding around recreation. The other huge benefit we provide that's not compensated for is all the ecosystem services, from wildlife habitat to aquatic resources to carbon, to any number of ecosystem services that are produced at a very high rate. We did a study which talked about just one of our restoration projects, the amount of money that it was adding in terms of value. And again, we have been very unsuccessful in this country at monetizing ecosystem services in a real way. And we'll have a talk, is it tomorrow, on ecosystem services? Today. To hear a little bit about that, and we're exploring that idea. And the key question there is, how do we begin to monetize that? Because it's very challenging to produce these at no cost and be sustainable. So those would be the real structural problems I see with managing public forests for these multiple benefits.
Yep.
I wanted to comment. I'm a little bit concerned. I understand that the history says 4% in terms of increasing costs, but everything I know, to take that forward, you'd be a real outlier among state agencies, due to the PERS bubble, as well as increasing healthcare costs. So I don't know what all's been done there, but I would be blown away if we see it at a level of 4% over the next few years from what I know, but I'm not the accountant and CFO type, but.
I just had one comment it seemed like 18 years ago, but it was 6 years ago, and we started talking about the problem that we were seeing coming down the road. And I think it's important that we don't forget this. We still have staff that's laid off that has an effect elsewhere. And part of that was the financial viability. And I don't think we're anywhere near that. Everybody knows that this timber industry is cyclical. You're going to have highs and lows. We need to make sure that we plan for the future, not for today.
So if I can sort of continue on, I'm glad to know you're bringing the dashboard to us next time around. If you could maybe, beef it up a bit, both in the dashboard information, but also in the discussion. I'm not sure that we have ever heard any of the assumptions or details associated with the increasing costs in future. And if we're going to get, you may have on the subcommittee, and of course I wasn't part of the subcommittee, so you may have gotten into that. But if we're looking through this whole effort and exercise to actually get down and serious about resolving the concerns about financial viability for the division, and we're attempting as a board to provide some guidance or direction on approaches and strategies for dealing with it, I think I personally need to understand it a little better. Sort of what are our costs, what are our incomes, what are the assumptions we have about the growth on both aspects. Because it finally is at the point where I feel like we need to grapple with it. We've heard multiple times that there may be some structural issues, and I've got a little better feel for where we think they are. We've got some questions about, is 4% a reasonable assumption? Perhaps we need to actually delve a little deeper as a board to understanding where, the line going to zero comes from, what it's based upon.
So just trying to understand if this is an assignment from the board for us to do that kind of.
Well, I think, to me, I think at some point we'll need a better sense of on the financial side of this question of when we're actually enhancing the viability of the state forest program. And so to do that, you need to understand something more about the cost. And it's at some point, we'll need to have that put together in one place, I think. Brenda.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think in my simple way of thinking about these sorts of things, and I'm looking at Brian here, so you can correct me, but there are fixed costs and variable costs, right? And the fixed costs are just associated with maintaining the system as it is. The variable costs, to me, seem to be mostly associated with the level of timber harvest. Might be surveyed prior to the harvest. It could be managing the harvest. It could be the follow-up, planting, that sort of thing. And so if you could break those things down, I think it would be helpful. Because the question I would have is that if we were to move toward a more conservation-oriented approach and reduce our timber harvest, then that should reduce some of the costs. And I recognize the employment issues, and that's a significant issue. Where do we fall in terms of just being able to maintain versus a certain level of timber harvest versus one that tries to get us farther down the road until we can sort out the diverse revenue streams to actually get us to a solution, which I think is the only way we're going to get to a solution. So is that possible?
I definitely understand the question there. And I know in January, we're getting prepared to bring an item around the analysis part of that. And we could confer and consider that would part of be the analysis of comparing the plans, that financial piece. And then the other thing, I might have to correct myself, and I'm looking to Hillary. When I talked about the dashboard, that is the agency dashboard. I was thinking it was in January, but it might be March. So I don't want to overcommit on that because I know Hillary's new and we're not used to these looks across the room together. So we'll get back to whether it's that agency financial dashboard, which the State Forest Division is one piece of that as to the exact timing of that. And then I think we can confer with the team and maybe in January come back with, as part of the analysis, is there a financial section that's both kind of informative to the current status and then also informative to what a new plan would be on the financial ends, and taking into things like inflation. And that 4% was on our historical average. So I don't disagree that would change in the future. It wasn't predicting the future. It was more our historical averages.
And just to clarify, the item that we would be bringing in January, and we're still determining if we'll be ready to do that, wouldn't be that analysis done. It would be framing up how the analysis could be done.
And that's the kind of the next steps, is really getting at what information do you need to evaluate the plan. And so rather than doing it ad hoc, we would like to do that in a thoughtful manner. We have, as Liz says, 72 outcomes. Not all of them are going to be necessary for evaluating the revised plan to the current plan.
So specifically, I'm not looking necessarily for how you're going to conduct the analysis. I'm looking for a better understanding and definition of the need. So one of the needs for proceeding with the plan was to resolve the problem of the division's financial viability. And we pretty much launched this on the basis of a chart that just showed division revenue going to zero. We have since had a lot of public comment and further information on our part that has indicated there's a lot of moving parts associated with that. And so I'm looking for a better understanding of those components that went into the definition of the need.
I don't think it was revenue that was going to zero. I think the Forest Development Fund.
Right. Was
in still
our operating,
zero.
And I
thank you.
Joe.
Can I shift gears just a second and just
Absolutely.
Liz, thank you very much as a new board member getting me up to speed on this. I really appreciate that, and Peter, and all the time your division has spent with me and understanding all this. And I really, as a forester, I really appreciate the focus on restoration. That's something that's very dear to me, is restoration on the Tillamook, and seeing what we can do in in regard to that with Swiss needle cast and the alder issue on the forest. I guess getting to measurable outcomes, I guess I'm trying to understand how we get to these measurable outcomes, what this begins to look like with measurable outcomes moving forward as the plan develops. And as an example of that, I was using an example of, forest age classes, which applies to, you have this in wildlife, the forest age classes is, I would imagine, is an outcome that's going to be critical to a variety of different, aspects within the forest plan. And understanding that our forest, our state forest has an age class bubble, if you will. We have a large amount in a range of age class as a result of the creation of these forests. Would these measurable outcomes look at a long-term over a period of how those age classes change? Is that how the goals are? And also recognizing that, some of these early cereal, we're not talking about the early cereal age classes have value to wildlife and that would have to be a part of this too. And so what does that begin to look like? Can you help me understand what that outcome looks like?
I'll take a stab and actually I'll invite you two to weigh in. This is really good feedback for sure. This will help us as we refine the measurable outcomes. Age class is part of it, and that's one of the pieces that Nick has been thinking about in terms of how do we think about structure and the benefits of structure in an age class type conversation. So I'll say that. And secondly, our inventory specialist who helped work on this material and the resource assessment has been working with Nick and our other specialists around thinking about structure in a continuum instead of discrete definitions. And so those two things together get to this integrated concept. Stand ages speak both to silvicultural practices and just harvest decisions and timing, as well as the habitat benefits. So that's an integration piece that is yet to take place.
Yeah, and I guess to some extent, we'd be looking to the board for some direction after providing our opinion on ecologically what's necessary. We haven't gotten there yet in terms of setting specific targets. I do personally, and in discussions with other folks in the division, see a role for early cereal as habitat, a more focused role on that. It's one of the things State Forest seems to provide differently from industry or other public and private land. And so it's might be a unique habitat we can provide well. There's certainly a role for older forests too. Not very different from sort of the current role in terms of how we're providing or trying to provide for species of concern. What's different is, in my mind, historically, we were thinking about, that desired future condition. And we're trying to think more in terms of, for those areas where we're focused on habitat, how do we provide for high quality, complex, diverse habitat at any age class, and what is the right mix of age classes in that portion of the landscape? And we're not there yet.
Eventually, we would have those recommendations.
Yeah.
Eventually, as the forest management plan matures, we begin to see.
Yeah, and so we will bring recommendations, and they may change according to the feedback we get from the board and stakeholders. And then, I think that we would seek to, part of the reason for pulling these things out in terms of plan targets is so that we have that, we can take an adaptive management approach and sort of address any given district and the landscape as a whole over time with more flexibility.
And I would assume with restoration, much the same, but much the same, the goals would begin to look like that too with restoration.
Yeah, and I think, just as a reminder, I know we have some new members that weren't around when we presented the resource assessment, but I think we've been doing restoration on state forests for 70 years. As a reminder, most of these lands that we inherited were cut over lands, went into tax foreclosure, and were given to us in trust from the county. So, the old aerial photos that we have on the district show a moonscape, as I'm sure you're familiar with what they look like when we inherited these lands. So, well, I wasn't either, but somebody photographed them. But I guess the point is, through good work of our predecessors, we have these beautiful forests that we're talking about today. And, the problem with our current plan, like Liz indicated earlier, is the square peg in a round hole. It's great for some of our stands and some of our districts and some of our areas. Even on the Clatsop State Forest, it works great in about half of our district, but in the drier half, the warmer half of our district, where it's more Doug fir dominated, trying to create layered stands in that kind of landscape isn't quite as easy when you have a mixed forest of hemlock and cedar and spruce. So it's been a challenge. We've tried a bunch of different prescriptions and tried it through adaptive management of that, trying to get to that accelerated desired future condition, but just haven't found it to work. So, going back to just pure dirt forestry of culmination of mean annual increment and, capturing that mortality and doing some first entry thinnings and then maybe a second thinning, that's what a flexibility of a new stand where we can do different things and not, and strive for a more general early seral, mid seral, late seral landscape, I think will get us a long way to meeting GPV everywhere and more consistently.
So thanks for that. This has been a great discussion, and I heard two different things coming out of two different members of the panel here.
That's what happens whenever we talk.
So first of all, I think the performance measures that you have are extensive, but not yet complete. And I think performance measures are necessary, but not sufficient. And I think part of what needs to complement the performance measures is a conceptual framework for the kind of management that you're doing. And I heard two different approaches for what Nick was saying and then the kind of the more traditional approach after that. And so if I go to your definition, I think it's the correct one. I have it from some of my pre-board work here. For conservation is the maintenance of essential ecological processes involving living and non-living elements of the environment, preservation of genetic diversity, and sustainable use of species and ecosystems. And to me, that kind of is encapsulated in that. And I'm wondering if this kind of a conceptual framework as the basis for management of our public lands might be something that should be given some consideration.
Yeah, I mean, so to a certain extent, it could be argued that our current plan is a reflection of a ecosystem approach. One of the criticisms, which isn't quite right, is that we're trying to do the same thing everywhere. One of the criticisms, is that we're trying to do the same thing everywhere. We're not, but those stand type definitions are what sort of lead to that. And so thinking about, well, how do we continue to take an ecosystem approach, but move away from these stand type definitions, which have had some issues with implementation and with communication. They don't translate well to the public. And so sort of think about same concepts, age classes, as opposed to a stand type driving things. So I would argue that, current plan does take somewhat of an ecosystem approach, and we would seek to do similarly. I think the goals and strategies reflect that.
So there's been this has been a great discussion and shedding light on, where everyone is at this point in time. And it's important to think that will inform us moving forward. And I think one of the things that it was expressed in some of the testimony, and I think I'm hearing here as well, is, what here is different than the current plan. Mm-hmm. And I would make the case that we have a very strong forest management plan right now, especially, I would argue, for conservation. I know there's not 100% agreement on that. And so because of that, and, the previous work that we started in 2012 and went through 2016, we learned a lot during that as well. We looked at some other ways we might revise the plan. And one of the things that rose to the surface is this idea of an FMP 2.0. And it was a recognition that maybe we don't need to do a wholesale change in the plan. Mm-hmm. what can we do within the plan that honors the ecological forestry that I would argue is probably foundational to much of the work that we're seeing here, Chad Oliver's work, maintain those outcomes, but make some revisions to the plan that help us get to these financial and conservation goals. So that's, I would say, that's why our goals certainly are very similar, if not the same. Strategies then begin to reflect this notion that the shifting mosaic, the discrete definitions of stand types, and the numeric targets may be the best place that we have to look for some revisions.
And I think we chose this sort of deliberate building block path. And I think one of the, frustrations with that is that if we had 5 different alternatives that we could say, well, we really like this one more than that one, or we like, and at some point it'll probably feel more like that. But I think the feedback that you're getting from stakeholders and from the board itself is sort of taken into account as we move down the road here.
That's right.
And we all want to jump to the kind of to the end, and that's not the design of this. Yeah.
Liz, I like the way you phrased that personally, because I flagged through the prep for this and then your presentation, and then thinking back when you and Mike first visited me back in 2012 to talk to me about structure-based management and the shifting mosaic and the conceptual framework that guided the current management plan, that made sense to me. I understood that. It helped me frame sort of all the rest of it in a coherent package and understand it. And I didn't understand totally where we were going with the words that were here. I appreciated, the functional contiguity of habitat types, but still, right, it's a little squishier what we're looking for. And so I really like what you just suggested, and I look forward to, and I appreciate too that you all indicated that this is kind of early on, and that the clearer picture comes with the integration that's coming. But I do think, what I think we're all hearing is wanting to understand it better, the framework and what to expect. What are the likely the spectrum of outcomes that we might expect at the end of the day? Where are the trade-offs that we're going to be choosing between? Because I'm sure every one of us on the board agreed with most of the testimony, right? And that's our challenge is, we all believe in conservation. We all understand the importance of forest ecosystems across the landscape. We also understand the importance, particularly in our rural communities, but more broadly to the state, of our natural resources from a social and economic, in the social and economic contributions they make, and also how those are often integrated with larger environmental concerns and options that we face as a society. So I'll step back from that and just go to the financial viability piece that I think that I really appreciated this conversation. I think we stated more clearly for everybody, including us as a board, what we're hoping to achieve on the financial viability side. So I appreciate that clarity. I do think as we're looking forward and we're doing our best to project how our cost structure is going to be in the future, and the best ways to cover that we got to be thinking about, okay, what beyond this plan? If the plan is going to be able to contribute this spectrum of revenue to cover that, what's the rest of our plan, right? What's our full business plan to cover your department? I think that would be helpful if we're beginning to flesh that out. And the second thing is that I think, going back to the comments about fixed and variable costs, I mean, it strikes me that the biggest sacrifice in variable costs that I've been aware of has been less on the timber side and more on the restoration side and the monitoring side and all these other soft costs that we have cut both staff and activities from. And that it would be good to be thinking about the value, the value to these lands and to our communities and et cetera of reinvesting in these state forests in certain areas, but particularly I think in addressing some of these stands that really would benefit from early and upfront investment.
Yeah, that all makes sense. And I think what I would add to that is what we need to do is frame up an analysis approach that, again, as Peter put it, will run past you to make sure that that's going to have the pieces that you need to see to be able to compare current plan to a proposed plan. Because that's where I think you really get to evaluate, okay, with what's on the table, are we meeting those intended goals? So I would add that. And I do want to say, we talk a lot about, our challenges with our investments, and that's been something we've been talking about for a long time in the vein of transparency. But we have still been thinning stands. We haven't, abandoned the core principles of forestry and forest stewardship. So I really do I wouldn't want people to leave the room thinking we don't do that. And then we've also made significant investments in stream restoration projects over the years, really at the ground floor with the Oregon, the Oregon Salmon Plan. And I just actually got some numbers conveniently from our aquatic specialist, and from 1995 to 2017, we invested $45 million in stream restoration and road improvement work. So significant, and we contributed that in multiple ways.
Jim and
Yeah. To pile on here a little bit, I was having the same thoughts over the break around whether do we need this whole new plan or do we need something that's scaled back? And I certainly understand the issue around the structured forest management and the need for change there. I get that. So, but I am interested in this idea of scaling this back. Also, one thing that just hasn't fit in my understanding here, I'm trying to put together the fact that you guys have talked about needing more flexibility. And I've interpreted that's primarily on the harvest side. And then but you're saying that you've been able to harvest more than ever before, and you're able to go in and you're able to get the trees and work in the areas with the least cost and the highest value. So if you're able to do that right now, what flexibility is needed that you don't already have? And before you answer that, the other thing, if we are going to do this bigger plan, some of the conservation people brought up a couple of things, and we probably don't want to discuss them here, but I would want to have answers around nothing being in the plan around chemical spraying and helicopter spraying, and also what Bob brought up about specifically about restoration of salmon streams. And so I guess we got two different areas there. And again, I don't know that we want to spend our time in the weeds on those specifics here in this meeting. But I think, speaking for myself, and I assume the rest of the board, they would be interested to have some answers on.
Well, and it's relevant too, because what we're trying to do is, with this feedback, is to get a product in March meeting that will have more of this filled in and more.
Right.
One is a function both of not having tangible outcomes associated with that, but also lack of integration. That we've got these various types of goals and strategies, and we're either the metrics, if they were in there, but at least give us a sense of how we're intending to integrate them, or this integration that you're saying is not really for.
No, when we bring the material back and when we bring this,
So those two things make it really difficult to know
Integration,
what it
what's
is
her other one?
we're
Well,
tackling.
And the staff, the recommendation is that we direct them to integrate the proposed strategies where appropriate and then incorporate the feedback that they're getting here as well as the two other
Where
items.
the feedback I was provide on that point is that I think in order for us to know as a board whether it's a logical thing we want to do with, we really do need to know what that integrated strategy is. And then that's more important than all the associated with the stovepipe goals and strategies. We need to, we know that the current plan, the strategy, or at least one way of summarizing strategy, plan strategy of the current plan is a landscape approach where every district contributes and that there's targets for structure. And what we don't have with this proposal before us is so what is the overall strategy for meeting the two goals? And until we know what that proposal is, we're kind of dealing with shifting sands where none of us know what it is that we're maybe perceiving. So I think it's very, very important if you reach a decision to direct you to see that probably the most important thing is getting some real substantial feel for what is the overall strategic approach the plan is going to be taking to move those two goals. I appreciate the process. Yeah.
So I appreciate the process.
Yeah. And we are sort of at the end of, I think, or close to the end of the time that we've got allocated today to discuss. There's, I think, some other comments to go. I actually went through this weekend and I recovered just one section. I don't have a clue what happened to the rest of it, but I went through all of those stovepipes and provided some first reaction to the goals, the strategies, and the outcomes for each one of those. I've got the aquatics with me. We don't have the time here now to go through it, and I don't think that was the intent today, to go through them line by line and do any editing. But so I've got that. I'll get it to you by email, but I wanted to emphasize that really the critical thing that's going to make all of us know what we're potentially dealing with is how you integrate it. What is, in fact, the overall strategy and the plan for meeting those twin goals? And for me, in order to evaluate whether I think it is logical strategy, overall strategy to proceed with, the context needs to be provided. You've given us some of it in your presentation. I think there, Nils, you mentioned that some of the presentation answered some questions. I think that did for a number of us. But if our twin goals are to improve or enhance financial viability and improve or enhance conservation outcomes, it'd be very useful to me to know what you see as the barriers under the current plan to financial viability and the barriers under the current plan to achieving conservation outcomes, and what our proposed new strategy will be to overcome those identified barriers. What is the strategic approach for dealing with what you identify as shortcomings would be very helpful.
Let me just follow up on Cindy's point. Part of that overall strategy may be an HCP. So I'm very uncomfortable providing advice about going forward until I understand where we might be going with an HCP, because the HCP is going to have to be part of that integration as well, if we decide to.
And in fact, Tom, I'd kind of suggest, if the rest of the board, I'm similarly uncomfortable dealing with these two parallel tracks separately. And I would propose that we maybe hold the decision on both until the second day after we've heard presentations on both fronts. And we can then integrate what our direction is for these parallel tracks.
Well, I would like to briefly speak to the parallel processes and what we're really asking. And so we are exploring an HCP, and we've made a recommendation to the board to move forward with the second phase of the HCP, which will, again, the HCP analysis is a very high level, very general at this point, given the information we have from an expert group, and it's recommending that we do move forward with phase 2, which is to develop much more detailed strategies and begin the negotiation with the services about what it will cost us to add an HCP to a plan. But we're not going to add an HCP to an 18-year-old plan. It makes absolutely no sense. So we do need to revise our plan for any number of things: climate change, improve financial viability, the addressing some of the things we've learned about structure-based management. And so we need to move forward with that. The other thing at this point is we don't know yet. We haven't provided you enough information to decide with certainty. We're not comfortable making a recommendation to say that an HCP is a good idea. We've been down this path before, which is one of the reasons we're in this current situation. We went forward with a plan that required an HCP before we had an idea of what it would cost us or whether we could get it. And we couldn't get it. So we spent, the last 20 years with a plan that has caused a lot of trouble because we made an early decision without all the information. So what we're asking the board is, let's move forward, continuing with the development of a revised management plan. At the same time, move forward with the next phase of the HCP and see, as we develop both these approaches, FMP with take avoidance and HCP, then we can really do a decent comparison of what the value of an HCP would add in. And then we would begin that. We would ask the board for that decision, final decision on the HCP a year from now, so that then we can then begin that integration of the HCP. If we decide into the plan, if we decide right now to forgo the other, what we're doing is taking away one of our options, which is.
So Tom, what I'm suggesting is, because these are two very intimately integrated decisions, I'd like to hold both of them for tomorrow and talk about both of them together.
I get that. I guess the only concern I have about that, may not be a concern, is that, we noticed this meeting for this item to be dealt with today, and we have people here because of that. And they may be here tomorrow anyway, but from a public process perspective, I'm not sure it's technically a legal problem, but it is a bit of a, we try to operate in such a way that we're transparent to the stakeholders we have. So, yes.
So with all due respect, you've put the board in a difficult position, because we don't have enough information with what we've been presented with today to make a decision about whether it's wise to move forward or not with the revised FMP. We haven't had the opportunity to have the discussion around the HCP, and the HCP, if it goes forward, would refine or revise some future forest management plan. So to make a decision now without having that HCP discussion is really putting us in a difficult position.
Well, and I hadn't quite finished. So what I was trying to say is, if that's, if that's the desire on the part of the board, it's fine with me. I think we can adjust to it. Because I think in this case, probably the people who are concerned and interested in the FMP are also concerned and interested in the HCP. So I think it works, but I just wanted to raise that as a kind of a technical concern.
I mean, I appreciate the significance of the HCP. At the same time, I think it is right and beneficial to state forest management and to the department We are working to update, revise, whatever the final thing is going to be, the forest management plan, I think. And when I read the recommendation, the way it's written, it is, there's a lot of latitude there to adjust and incorporate whatever decision is made tomorrow. So for me personally, I'm comfortable with moving ahead with the recommendation as it's written.
Yeah,
I have to,
I am too.
yeah, I have to tell you, I didn't realize this was such a big problem. To me, it seemed like the two decisions are related and that we could make both of them at the same time and potentially modify the HCP recommendation based on today's discussion and possibly modify the FMP decision based on tomorrow's briefing and discussion. And that since they are both intimately related, let's make the decisions at the same time so we know how we can provide the best direction. I didn't realize this was going to be such a big deal. It just seemed really logical to me that we have the full information in front of us, particularly given that we've got 3 board members that haven't heard either discussion and don't have the benefit of past meetings and discuss. And that was, as much as anything, the motivation was.
No, I don't think
we're
not arguing motivation. I just want to raise that issue because they are separately noticed meetings. So, I'd suggest we break for lunch. We come back at 1:30 and we'll continue.
Yeah.
And the possibility of extending this discussion.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that we reconvene on the issue of the FMP tomorrow, concurrent with the decision on the HCP, so that we've had an opportunity, particularly with our 3 new board members, to hear the full discussion on both, since they are very interrelated decisions.
Okay.
Second.
What I have here is that there's a fair amount of written testimony as well as other testimony that we've had. And most of it has, appeared since about 4 o'clock yesterday. And so I haven't had a chance to review everything that, I don't know when I was supposed to, especially the stuff that's handed to us today. So I think we have some process issues there that we should improve on. But it would be easier for me if I had time to do some bedtime reading tonight on some of this.
We've heard from the public.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, for the public, for clarification, the decision that was noticed today for this topic will be discussed between 8:25 and 10:10, or I'm sorry, 11:10 tomorrow morning here at the same place. So again, during in concurrence with the Habitat Conservation Plan, the decision on the FMP will be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So now we're going to move to the fire season report. Doug?
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. Today, we'll provide a closure fire season report before the board. Also, I'm very pleased to be here talking about this topic, as State Forester Doherty highlighted and lingered much through October, and we'll touch on that. I'd also take the opportunity in closing fire season, share the standard data as expected, acres burned, costs, numbers of fires. I'd like to fill in a few of the gaps based on conversations that we've had with the board on the updates throughout the season, some follow-up questions, specifically more detail on the understanding the acres protected by ODF as opposed to other acres. So we'll provide some clarity there based on reports throughout the season. And then also a safety follow-up. Specifically, how are we doing on the safety front based on additional exposure hours? So I want to report out there. Highlight engagement with the legislature, which is our next steps in terms of closing out the fire season financials for this fall. And then close with thoughts about next year. And I cringe. Board Member Cindy Deacon Williams highlights folks counting down in Southwest. We do the same thing here in Salem, and I did cringe when I heard that article in the paper. We understand that fully. With that, we'll also target leave in 10 minutes, so 20-minute presentation as presented, and then leave some time for discussion or questions and clarity at the end, but certainly welcome along the way if there's any clarifying or specific questions. So specific to ODF protection, I often reference and will today ODF protected acres, cost, which is important as we speak with the legislature and we bring out full costs, and acres burned. And that is distinctly different than the statewide exposure. And throughout my conversations with the board, I always make that distinction clear. I wanted to start with a map to highlight that, especially with some new board members who may not be as familiar with this, and certainly can follow up with more orientation. But at a high level, ODF operates and fire protection across 12 protective districts in the blue. They are all detailed, and it's forest land protection and grazing lands within these forest protection districts that we have authority for fire protection. And that's about approximately 16 million acres of land that we protect, about 12 million acres of private lands, and 4 million acres of public lands that are assessed for fire protection. So we operate within those district boundaries of fire protection, and those are the numbers I'll be sharing. On the map, it's the white, and I'll speak specifically, we often refer to the checkerboard landscape. This is the BLM checkerboard landscape in Southwest Oregon, where we have about 2.2 million acres that we protect of BLM lands, previously through contract, now through agreement. Within our districts, you'll see the green colors there, and that's the Forest Service. When you look at forest land across the state of Oregon, approximately 30 million acres of forest land, of which we have protection responsibility on half, fire protection responsibility. The Forest Service has protection responsibility on their lands, the other 16 million acres. The board intersects in Southeast Oregon with the establishment of the Rangeland Protective Associations. It's approximately 5 million acres of private lands. And across these protective associations, these are volunteer groups, neighbors helping neighbors, and coordinating closely, as you can see, with BLM on the east side. So Bureau of Land Management has a lot of exposure here in the range and partners closely with those rangeland associations. We engage with the associations, one, through the board to establish them and support and training, and we have mutual aid agreements on our boundaries that will jointly fight fire alongside them when we have those boundary fires. Other jurisdictions, the tribal lands, national parks, only one in the state with Crater Lake, and Warm Springs Reservation, North Central Oregon. So certainly a complexity of jurisdictional responsibility on the landscape. And I think that's an important starting point to understand fire protection in the state of Oregon. Specific this year is this area in white. This is the North Central Oregon, and I've referenced this as the croplands, the wheat country in North Central Oregon, where we experienced 300,000 acres of fire this year, and those are protected by the counties. So certainly complex. I will speak to all jurisdictions combined because that's what folks are really interested in at the end of the day, including what ODF protects and we report out to the board under your authority, but statewide, what are the impacts? So I'll ensure that I make that distinction when we describe the data. Okay, next slide. Oh, it's in my hand. Fire season, we knew, and you all know, and Oregonians fully understand, another challenging fire season. This report, I will not belabor the specific fires. I'll speak to high level. In my previous reports throughout the fire season, we talked in real time current engagement on specific fires. But this is an indicator of what we lived through, certainly the fire risk data from July, August, September, and through October. Interestingly, this is just your average October, so that was nice to see, but recognize underlying drought conditions, that fire season lingered through the end of October. We typically can see a season-ending event as early sometimes as late September, but typically the first couple weeks of October. So I'd say we extended a couple weeks more than normal, and as State Forest Authority recognized, that doesn't mean all the fires go out. Looking at our 10-year data, we expect to have about 12 additional fires this year, calendar year. And we've already experienced one outside of fire season at 600 acres in Eastern Oregon this last Sunday. So fire is still, we will still be fighting fire through the winter months. Certainly the risk was there throughout fire season. As we described the full season, you've seen this slide before. And I just want to highlight it to sum up the season: lightning-driven fires in 3 events, mid-June, mid-July, mid-August. Graham Fire was one of our first fires that we put incident management team on. This picture, and this is, I wanted to just highlight some of the technologies we have. Lightning data, so we know where the lightning strikes are. And we chase those down, but they really overwhelm the system, as we'll talk about a little bit more in the data. Here's the numbers of fires that were put on the landscape, particularly in Southwest Oregon, and the tune of approximately 120 plus fires over a 48-hour period. And it really overwhelms the protection system. In particular, the Klondike fires listed, there's, we still have a type 4, a small incident management team on that fire. So certainly on the landscape throughout the season. I'll highlight that again on another slide. Mid-August, we certainly saw another push of lightning, and we had these fires also on the landscape then. The human-caused fires below, you see them singular, consistent throughout the year, certainly challenged us. And if you read the substation fire, Long Hollow, South Valley Road, Boxcar, a lot of these fires were in that North Central Oregon in the wheat country. And I highlighted that at a previous update with you.
I could just a second while you were on that.
Yeah.
Some of my opening comments about rainfall in Medford. We didn't have rain between June 21st and September 30th.
Yeah.
I mean, we had one rain event that had 1/10 of an inch.
Yep.
And it came with all the lightning strikes.
Yeah, all the indicators for this fire season, as we looked at our indicators, we were peaking at some of the greatest risks historically that we've seen in different times and in different places across the state. So back to Peter's comments in terms of thanks, under some really difficult conditions, the collective, all parties involved in fire protection did an outstanding job under the conditions that we were at. I showed you this slide, and I do want to emphasize once again the importance of early detection in our portfolio in terms of a complete and coordinated fire protection system. At this date and time on August 17th, we did have the opportunity to have a military ship with forward-looking infrared technologies fly over Northeast Oregon following lightning events. And want to highlight on that day, we did find this fire. which was a small fire at less than 4 acres. However, we found 9 fires that we did not know were on the landscape under the smoke, undetected by the towers that we have in place with the cameras. That forward-looking infrared technology makes a difference. I just learned last week that the Forest Service on this same day also found a fire at 500 acres. So it's hard for me to grasp that on ODF protection, we have 9 fires burning that we're not aware of. One of them at 100 acres in size. Forest Service had 1 fire at 500 acres, and the smoke impacts come to play in a variety of different ways. Detection is one of those key pieces. And linking to the agency initiative, as we've discussed in the past, this is the technology we're looking at in terms of replacing the aircraft that we decommissioned in the last couple of years after 37 years of service with these technologies. Early detection is significant. So let's close out on the data. We've talked through this on occasion, numbers of fires, acres burned, and cost. The blue is human-caused fires. The gray is lightning fires. We're about 113% over our 10-year average of 947 fires on ODF protection. So we're tracking a little higher than our 10-year average. Add the 10 or 12 that we're expecting through the next a couple months. So we'll have a higher than normal number of fires on ODF protection. Hold the thought on human cause and lightning cause. I always highlight this every year. What drives our acres burned, which this slide highlights, is our lightning fires in gray. So interestingly enough, 2/3 of the fires across Oregon's jurisdictions are human caused. However, 80% of our acres burned are lightning caused. So going back to that system being overwhelmed with that lightning and the need for early detection and immediate response is critically important, minimizing acres.
I'm sorry to jump
Nope,
in
no,
again,
fine.
but we've been living it hard. One of the other things I think with the overwhelming of the multiple lightning strikes at the same time is that the human cause typically are in areas that are easily accessible.
Absolutely. There's quite a bit to that story, and I don't want to leave the impression that my eyes focus solely on lightning fires. Human-caused fires obviously play a critical role, and we need to put our full attention there also in terms of minimizing that risk, and that's the area we have some opportunity to be gained. In terms of cost, looking at gross costs, which is the blue line, we're again at one of the highest levels we've seen in our history, peaking over $102 million. When you receive reimbursements from FEMA fires, which we've had 6 FEMA eligible fires, and reimbursements for other agency billings, we're at a net cost of $42 million. And at this point, I'd like to highlight this is what we're meeting with the legislature on. So required by law to report out on the nature and complexity of fire season and ultimately the cost. So before the legislature, in our closing letter for fire season, we've requested $35 million of general fund to support the cost of fire season. We've already received $10 million from the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, which is the landowner dollars that support help pay for large fire along with severity and at the base level of protection. So we'll be before the legislature in December with clarity and focus on recovering those dollars. We've also asked for an additional $14 million of other fund. So this is the other funding that we will get receivables from other agency billings or FEMA for those costs. We've already received $68 million in other fund authority from the legislature when we reported out this September an interim fire season report because we have to pay the bills of this effort. $102 million of effort in 2018 fire season within 45 days in receipt of those bills from folks who are on the ground, the contractors fighting those fires alongside landowners, operators, and agency personnel. I think also to recognize, and I'll link back to the board's work in the fire program review. This also within the recoveries and the difference between the gross costs and the net is the new BLM agreement, which is new and important for the board to recognize. Following the 2013 to 15 fire seasons, we initiated a fire program review that requested an equitable review of the BLM contract specific to the finances. And we have an agreement in place for 1 year up and through June 30th of 2019 that recognizes and maintains the partnership at the base level of fire protection on those checkerboard landscapes. So one agency responding, we share in those base level costs to be ready to have the fire trucks, the engines, and the people for the fire bell when it rings. But large fire costs were removed from Oregon's fire protection system. And that is new, specific to BLM lands. So that's new for this year. So the recoveries, so the full, there's $20 million of recoveries here through the BLM that we would not have had by processing those finances. Also, because of that new arrangement, there's another $20 million that the BLM is financing directly through U.S. Forest Service because they're the financial institution, or CAL FIRE, specifically for the Klamathon fire that burned from California into Oregon. So we don't have the workload exposure to process that billing, and the state doesn't have the financial exposure with that new agreement. So bottom line, it's a $42 million reduction of the state's exposure with this new agreement that's transferred to the BLM based on that work following the 13 to 15. And that's significant dollars. I wanted the board to fully be aware and understand that, and we certainly have some follow-ups, but that was the work and direction from that fire program review. Now that's a big gulp for BLM, and want to recognize maintaining their solvency is critically important in this conversation. So we certainly did not sever a partnership there. It's arranged differently, and we need to be standing beside BLM to ensure those dollars are there for closure and the complexity that that checkerboard landscapes brings to Oregon.
So if we were under the old BLM contract, how far would we have gone through the insurance policy this year?
Thank you, Peter. We would have gone through the insurance policy. Absolutely. So we're at $42 million currently of net exposure. The deductible is $50 million. So add another $40 million, we're at $82 million. That's well past the insurance policy, $25 million, which we sense would certainly go away if we had a full exposure again, and an additional $15 million a general fund request on the table if that new orientation with the BLM was not in place this year. So definitely a significant topic, and didn't want that to surprise anyone on the board.
Thank you.
Of interest is House Bill 2501. A few sessions ago was added to the portfolio to the department to report out on the full cost of fire season to a degree. With specificity, we requested timber losses, private lands, grazing lands, number of livestock, structure value loss. So we do report out on this, and if the board was to look at our letters, I wanted some orientation for you to understand this component. It's not the full cost and loss that's experienced from wildfires, certainly, but it meets exactly what the House bill requested of the agency to report out annually, and you can see those costs and stumpage value, $60+ million loss is a significant portion in total, 62 million total. I really would highlight That does not include the cost of evacuations, which we've had thousands of evacuations and businesses evacuated. We know Oregon Tourism did a study in 2017 that shows $52 million in losses from tourism in 2017. Significant portions of that in Southwest out of Ashland. We have the wheat field fire losses, the agricultural losses with that amount of acres lost. How do you account for the loss of life that we experienced? Fatality from a farmer responding on the substation fire. And I often reference and have referenced in my report outs that often 10 times the cost of suppression can be the true costs. And there's a number of studies from the U.S. Department of Commerce, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, Western Forest Leadership Coalition, and Headwaters Economics all put a range of 2 to 50 times the cost of suppression as the real cost of fire season. So I wanted to ensure the board that although represented as the true cost of fire, there are other components within that we don't simply have the capacity to acknowledge and come up with at an annual basis. But this is in our closing report to the legislature to meet the standards of the law. Smoke, as I mentioned, is certainly one of those impacts. This is the regional website I include in my links, in my report outs to the board throughout fire season, recognizing the challenges that smoke brings from wildfires. This is another link that we look at a national level, and you can see the impact from Northwest, specifically fires from Canada south to the border of Southern California. And the impacts were really significant in Southwest, specifically Klondike fire is one of interest up and through October. And large fires on the landscape late into the season have certainly a challenge for us with east winds. And you can see this as a day of the activity picking up. And then the following day when that fire blew out the containment lines to the west, given that dry east wind event, middle of October. And this is any firefighter in Oregon, particularly on the west side, one of the biggest fears and concerns. We saw these same type of fire impacts to a much greater degree with the Chetco Bar fire in 2017. I highlighted earlier the board requested some information, or there was a question of where do we stand in terms of the safety incidents. And I would highlight today that against our 10-year average in terms of ODF personnel to 2018, which is the dark bars to the right, you can see clearly an increase across those months. This is certainly the claims you would expect those months to be the most challenging in terms of safety because of our exposure hours increase. I'll evolve this slide, and specifically, I'll name you. Board Member Rose asked these questions, and I do appreciate this question. And my intent is to continue this slide and topic in our report outs through the fire season, because priority number one is to bring everybody home at the end of the day. And it's a good question of how we're doing here. The claim incidence rate is really the equalizer in terms of how well we're doing year to year. This is the claims, and we have experienced our highest in 2018 from the last 10 years. So the exposure hours certainly taking a toll, and this is a trend I feel like we really need to reverse. So certainly concerns me, and I appreciate Board Member Rose bringing that question before us at the last presentation. With that, I'll turn it to close. Deputy Chief Ron Graham was deployed to Florida, as State Forest Authority mentioned, that we have from folks supporting Florida, and then he'll take us home with some thoughts for next fire season.
Good afternoon, Chair Armisen, members of the board, and State Forester Doherty. As Chief Graff mentioned, for the record, my name is Ron Graham, and I serve as the Deputy Chief of the Protection Division. Just to shift gears for you ever so slightly, as State Forester Doherty mentioned in his opening remarks today, ODF was part of now 3 deployments to provide some hurricane response and relief in Florida. We did this for a couple of reasons. One, of course, the demand is there, the need is there. They're scrambling like many other areas, as we do in fire season, to find incident management teams to help manage these kind of activities, incidents when they happen. And as our fire season is winding down and the threat of large fires is somewhat diminished on our landscape, we're able to maintain our district drawdown and make sure we have our home front covered and provide this much needed assistance to a state that repeatedly helps us during fire season. As was mentioned earlier, we had a Florida incident management team not only take over one of our fires, but then several other Florida resources here throughout the summer. So it was a great opportunity to give back, not on a fire, as State Forester Doherty mentioned, but in another opportunity for another disaster. As Hurricane Michael made landfall on the 10th, the Office of Emergency Management was contacted through Florida through a process called the Emergency Management Assistance Compact. And basically, that's where one governor requests to another governor through their Office of Emergency Management this kind of assistance. The Office of State Fire Marshal put together an 8-person team, mobilized them immediately, and they were on the ground and taking over control in one county, Gulf County, Florida, by October 13th, so very soon after the hurricane made landfall. Shortly after, several other requests came in for more incident management teams. That's when ODF deployed 2 members, myself and one other employee, as part of a second Office of State Fire Marshal team, deployed to a neighboring county, immediately the adjacent West County to Gulf County, Bay County, which included Mexico Beach, which is the picture you see there on the screen, where basically the eye of the hurricane made landfall. Mexico Beach and Tyndall Air Force Base were some of the most heavily impacted areas. What you see on the screen is a little bit hard to see, but all of these streets in the running vertically here, and all of these foundations that remain of what were once homes, and they're just completely destroyed, completely removed. A lot of it's back here in a debris field, several half-mile to a mile away, and timber impacts. This storm ultimately impacted 11 counties throughout Florida and all the way through Georgia. Since the time that the joint team between the Fire Marshal and ODF mobilized, second pure ODF team has mobilized as well. Their assignment is a little bit different. The first 2 teams supported the emergency operations centers in those 2 counties I mentioned, directly supporting a recovery efforts. There was still search and rescue going on. There was a lot of organization needed on the ground and the very beginnings of the recovery efforts. Since that time, the 2 teams and the third just deployed here Monday, another ODF team. Their efforts are more to support the responders now. There's thousands of responders from both government sectors and private industry, public sectors, restoring power, cleaning up debris, feeding, sheltering, and caring for people. So that's their mission now, is to make sure that those responders actually have adequate base camps to work out of. So they're supporting several base camps across multiple counties as we speak. And there's likely to be, years of ongoing effort needed there. I mentioned that it's a unique opportunity for us to give back in a situation where Florida gives to us often. It's also an opportunity for us to hone some skills and use some other skills that we don't normally use on wildfires that'll certainly benefit us through that training that we receive. Having to stretch our learning and capacity and use it in a different situation. So there is definitely a benefit coming home. It'll help us build capacity within our own incident management teams. And again, as I said, the demand is certainly there. All that being said, we have not taken our eye off our main focus or the ball, which is fire season, and do appreciate your comments, Board Member Williams, as far as counting down to the fire season, and we're watching it closely too, as you can see referenced by the current drought monitor. We're moving into conditions that most definitely follow 2015 drought conditions. Several Oregon counties, 11 counties are under federal drought conditions, and 30 some counties are under state drought conditions. And you look across the west on the lower left little picture there, and you can see much of the west is building into those similar conditions as 2015. Oregon's definitely one of the harder hit states. The white on the map depicts normal conditions. Everything else is the deviation from normal. And the darker the red, the worse it is. So you can see the Four Corners. The Southwest is in a pretty rough situation as well. And then, of course, we're sitting in pretty bad shape as well. So that's kind of the immediate picture. This takes us through October, tells us what we're dealing with. We've seen it play out in the lack of precipitation so far. And then we're also looking ahead towards fire season and looking at the big picture. And what you see in the top graphic is that there's a pretty strong likelihood that temperatures through the winter would be above normal for the next 3 months. And on the flip side, on the lower picture, that there's a somewhat strong chance that precipitation levels will be below normal. The white on the west side of the state indicates pretty equal chances of normal precipitation. So again, pretty significant departure coupled with what we went through this summer. We're keeping our eye on this, and it lines up to look a lot like another 2015, 2018 fire season for us. So as we continue to work through this, again, it's been highlighted a couple times, but just want to call out all of our partners. Make us very successful in not only our initial attack, we're still running, as State Forester Darty said, around 95% successful initial attack, keeping fires 10 acres or less. And that includes everybody in the complete and coordinated system, our landowners, our contractors, the operators out there, the local, state, federal government partners, the tribes, everybody involved to bring that level of success to us in a very trying season. We were stretched in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, it was still a successful season and a safe season overall, despite some increases in our numbers of reportable accidents and injuries, as Chief Graff highlighted. With that, I would close and open it up to any questions from either of us.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, I just, excuse me, I just have a comment. I think you guys don't toot your own horn enough. You know, in Northeast Oregon and Central Oregon, some fantastic work got done with severity resources, and Doug talked about this at our association meeting. I think you guys don't talk about that enough. I mean, we had a lot of fire this year, obviously in the Southeast or Southwest, but what happened in Northeast, some extraordinary work was done, and especially Northeast and Central Oregon.
Thank you, Board Member Justice. I appreciate that. And we do have the opportunity to meet with the districts and share those. And I would highlight that the severity program is certainly a game changer, and it provides us with the ability to be flexible and responsive to the conditions on the landscape. We start the season off with 17 statewide aircraft, along with local contracting capacity. Flexibility at our greatest time and need. And that's funded both with landowner dollars through the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund and the general fund based on the 2013 Wildfire Protection Act.
I'm curious whether you guys have models with projections looking 10, 20 years into the future about what to expect. And how that's fitting into your planning. I know the ones that I've seen for the Blue Mountain ecosystem are suggesting a lot more challenges in the future. 600 to 700% increase in fire frequency and severity moving forward. And curious if you've got models that you have confidence in that you're using, and how we're fitting that into our plan, our forward planning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the greatest work or the most recent work through Dr. Yost on staff, our ecologist in coordination with OSU, has been looking at future decades and what the range of possibility is. And it continues, as you mentioned, to look a little bit more dire across much of the state. So how do we react? And I think you see that expressed through the agency initiative in terms of diversifying our portfolio to be more on the proactive measure. Fire suppression obviously needs to be there, but the proactive, getting in front of that increasing the pace and scale on federal lands is a component of that. And then as you look at where our fires stat, 65% stat within the wildland urban interface. Our effort with wildland urban interface forest is to engage our communities to be fire adapted. And if you're following the math, following the tenets of the cohesive strategy, response, fire adapted communities, and resilient landscapes. So we're expanding the portfolio, if you will, very intentionally, in recognizing that we think the challenge will continue to rise before us. And 2013 certainly has established that. And I do apologize. I spent some time preparing the board for statewide statistics, and I did not offer them up. So I will at this moment, in terms of an increasingly complex condition on the landscape. I showed you the slides, ODF protection. Now that we have some more clarity around that, highlighted 76,000 acres burned. Statewide, we had 830,000 acres burned across all the jurisdictions when you add in the wheat country and the range in the east and the Forest Service and BLM tribes and packs. On ODF protection, we have about 1,070 fires of the 1,900 fires statewide. And those numbers are pretty typical. We run about 50% ODF protection, about 50% of the fires on the landscape with about 10% of the acres burned. And there's a lot of reasons for that, protecting in and around our communities in the wildland urban interface. The range tends to have larger fires, and then new to the conversation, frankly, is the wheat fires of this year with 300,000 acres burned. And then costs for statewide, all jurisdictions were just north of $500 million for suppression.
So it's building, I guess, on Neil's comments of, have you looked several decades into the future? And that brings me kind of face to face with a discussion that is going to be extraordinarily uncomfortable, but I think we are obliged to at least start uncovering our eyes and looking that direction a little bit. And that is, I know we're currently, maxing capacity pretty regularly on these years. We're looking for, the pop to expand our capacity. But I am frankly fairly convinced that the challenge is going to exceed our ability to expand our capacity as we're looking decades into the future, which gets to then, how do we respond and what do we do? And currently our grand strategic approach to fire on the landscape is get it out quick, fast, and small when it's tiny, and then just dig in for the long haul thereafter on the stuff that gets away from us. And I'm wondering if we need to evaluate whether that is a feasible and reasonable and frankly achievable strategic approach into the future. And I don't think it is, and I think it might be worthwhile for us to open some of those uncomfortable conversations to try to explore what is tenable as a future expectation to have of our fire division.
So first of all, I don't think it is our strategic approach. Our strategic approach is tied to the National Cohesive Wildfire Strategy, which is a three-pronged approach, which is fire-adapted community, resilient landscapes, and effective and efficient response.
Yeah, so I was not talking that broadly. I was talking about in our strategic approach within fire suppression. So we've got these other prongs of it. We want to have fire-adapted communities. We want to, all that sort of thing. But I think our fire suppression challenge is going to grow faster than our fire suppression capabilities.
And I don't disagree with you. And when we looked at, when Andrew Yost presented the model several years back, the only thing he was wrong on was how fast it was going to hit us.
Yeah.
And so we're already where we thought we were going to be 10 years from now.
Right.
So the challenge here, and it's, if you got a better idea of how to solve this, I will be grateful. But the challenge is it's always easy to get people to spend money for disasters while they're happening. We just spent $100 million. Nobody blinked. It's net $41 million. They'll give us that money. But if we go ask for just say $5 million to do something proactive, it's, we would have to do a justification, 10 page, whatever. And it'll be questionable whether we get it. And they'll say, do you know exactly what you're doing? So it's just been a historic problem. This isn't a problem that crept up on us a year ago. This is a problem that's been creeping on us for over 20 years. And we've been talking, and it's back in the Ecological Restoration Institute in Arizona has been talking about this issue for over 20 years and beginning to proactively invest. So when
Peter, that's I understand that's actually not where I was going. And I understand the realities and the difficulties of trying to get folks to respond and act when the disaster's not upon them. So I was not talking about this strategic comprehensive approach. I was talking specifically just within the range of fire suppression, even with our added POP that will increase our militia capabilities. I foresee our fire suppression demands exceeding our capacity to respond. And so I think we need to hold some of those really hard, nasty discussions of what happens if we find ourselves in a situation where there's more fires on the ground than we've got capacity to respond to. And what do we have a framework for dealing with that eventuality? And do we need to revisit that framework in light of what we're looking at coming at us in the coming decades? And I know it's not something that's unaddressed at the moment. I'm just thinking we're gonna
Maybe I can just, I
than
can jump in a little bit there. I mean, I
Yeah.
appreciate what you're saying. I would just say in Northeast Oregon, ODF is working really closely with NRCS and the Forest Service, looking at landscape analysis that is trying to prioritize where we do treatment on both the public and private land, and beginning to build both the analytical framework and the social license for wildland fire use. And I mean, I think that's the direction we need to go. I think collectively, we need to keep raising our voice as the board and build a strong coalition to get the money that is needed to invest in the restoration work that is required to begin to reduce the risk that we're looking at going into the future.
Yep, and I agree with all of that, and I think that's happening down in Southwest as well. But I guess I see a fairly long lead time in our ability to get out and do the restoration work that we're talking about that would actually have an impact on landscape scale fire behavior. And the reality of the changing fire climate that we're operating under. And so even if everything goes as perfectly as it could possibly go in terms of changing our land use planning so that we're not having as many problems in the urban interface as we are now, and not increasing our urban interface problems as we expand and push our urban boundaries out into the wildlands. Even if everything on that end goes as well as it can, I would imagine our challenge on suppression is going to exceed our capacity to respond pretty soon. And I think we've got, I think we've got to grapple with it right now. And even though we've got I think if we don't start grappling with it now, I think we will find ourselves in a bind pretty quickly. Even though we've got this natural response that when there's a disaster, the purse strings tend to open and we get more money to cover our costs, there is a limit to that. And no matter how rapidly we go out and try to do our adaptive management in terms of human interface, urban wildland interface, or in terms of going out and doing thinning and restoration in the wildlands to reduce fire risk, we're still, I think, going to see the challenge for suppression exceed our capacity to respond. And if that's a foreseeable thing, I think it's worthwhile to hold some discussions about how we're going to deal with that reality.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think we've seen that every year over the past 5 years. When we get into PL5, there are fires that we don't send resources to. And we
Yep.
have to make those challenging decisions, and
Yeah.
they don't always work out, such as
And so we've been doing those, you've been doing those, having to make those decisions, and some of them have worked and some of them haven't. But do we need to revisit that and is it worth having a board discussion on that or not?
I mean, I think that we may, we base our attitude about, how much money we can get out of the legislature on past history and how hard that is to do. But given years like this and the number of Oregonians affected for so long with smoke and those directly affected where Cindy lives by fire, I hope we don't underestimate, the changes in public opinion that would lead to more support, legislatively, and for maybe, for more infrastructure, for more equipment and all to deal some of what with Cindy is talking about. And I think, there's no guarantees, but I think we got to test those waters more aggressively as we go forward the next few years.
So down in my county, for instance, the county is looking at putting up some money to secure some additional aerial support.
Right.
Because they want to have it on hand, dedicated and committed to our area. There's lots of approaches, but it seems to me like we know the challenges there. It might be worth doing it, having a conversation about how we might promote our ability to deal with what is a logical and foreseeable future.
Well, and
outside of the fire season, where you're having to make the decisions then when you've got a crisis to respond to.
Well, and I think we did that with the fire program review and the Secretary of State audit. And I think we actually have a fairly bold ask. I think it's, 27 million and 55 people. And so this should be the year that would be
we shall see.
Funded, in theory. But we're all we're also facing $800 million gap between our current service level for providing standard services before we make any enhancement. So, I do think we are thinking strategically. We spent a lot of time developing our strategic initiative about how we respond to the immediate problem. I think there is a longer term conversation that we do need to have as a state about where we want our forest in 20 years, around what conditions they should be in, and where do we prioritize limited resources to begin moving in that direction. And I don't think we're making good strides where we can, particularly based on local willingness to do treatments with our Good Neighbor Authority and our federal forest restoration. But I do think we need to start having a strategic discussion about that. I think we also need to start talking about public and private infrastructure public and private partnerships to build infrastructures in rural communities to make it more cost effective to do treatments. But I think there's a longer conversation the state needs to have about what direction we're going.
And what I was asking for.
Obviously, there's more to talk about. And now we'll actually, not necessarily on this particular topic, but get some better understanding of how public attitudes around forestry issues. It's a nice subtle segue to moving on because we're running late. Thank you both very much. And so now we'll have Aaron Esselman, who's still the relatively new executive director of the Oregon Forest Resources Institute, and Adam Davis, who's a longtime partner with DHM Research. Thanks both of you for being here.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Forestry and State Forester Doherty. My name is Erin Isselman, and I am the Executive Director of the Oregon Forest Resources Institute. And I'm here with Adam Davis, and we're here to talk about some public opinion polling that we do on an annual basis after OFRI does its annual educational advertising outreach across the state. And with that, I'll turn it over to Adam.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm impressed that you're still seated upright after last night. Very impressive. It was a long night, I know, for all of us. I was looking forward to meeting with all of you and kind of shifting gears and talking a little bit about something other than governance and politics. What I'd like to do is just touch on these three topics. And I hope you find my remarks regarding measuring public perceptions of value, not only with respect to what I'm next going to talk about, the post-test statewide survey, which Aaron referred to, but there's survey research all over the place out there. A couple of things to keep in mind, perhaps, as you move forward, looking at surveys, looking at results, because our industry is changing and changing very quickly. And then finally, in light of the topic that we've just been talking about, I've got a bonus round here for you, and that is to share with you some results from a recent DHM survey. We do surveys monthly, and guess what? One of the topics was, and that was fire season and smoke. And we went out there and asked Oregonians how they felt about the issues. Not too many questions, but just a couple that I thought you might be interested in. So measuring public perceptions, this is important because this year we switched from telephone surveys to online surveys. That's where the industry is going. Your phone rings, you look at the number. If you don't recognize it, you don't answer. So it's very hard these days to get what we need, a representative cross-section of the population. Very, very difficult to do, very time-consuming and very costly. And in some cases, depending on the geography, just impossible anymore to do telephone survey research that assures you of a representative sample of a population. When Tim and I founded the company back in the 70s, we'd dress up in our little blazers with our little clipboard, and we'd go door to door and knock on the door, and people would answer the door. People would invite us in to sit at their kitchen table or in their living room, and we were able to administer sometimes hour and a half long interviews. It sounds hard to believe, but that's how we were collecting data back then. I told a story of one house I knocked on, and it was up in the West Hills. The door opened, and it was Lloyd Neal, and a former trailblazer that some of you may remember. And he invited us in, and his wife joined us, and we sat at the kitchen table. It was a 2-hour conversation. That's what opinion research was like back then. Sample design was randomly selecting enumeration districts, census tracts within enumeration districts, census blocks within census tracts, a particular block within a census. You know the drill, Peter. And then we would toss a coin or throw a dice to determine which direction we would go around a block and how many houses we would skip as we went along the ways. Well, that became very expensive. And then along came gated communities and bigger dogs, and we decided it was time to switch methodologies. And we went on telephone, and we rode that telephone horse for a couple of decades. And now we're having these this particular problem that I was describing to you, but there are other problems related to telephone surveys. And it relates to all opinion research right now. People's attention spans are shorter than ever before. And if we really want to get in-depth information from people, man, oh man, you've got to look to other ways of getting that. Generally, a survey should really be no longer than 10 to 15 minutes these days, and you better have a good topic. And forest management, the future of our state's forests is one of those topics. We can still do good survey research, but we're doing it online. So I have a picture of a mail survey. It's funny, mail surveys have kind of been out there all along, and they're actually having a little bit of a renaissance right now, along with qualitative research, focus group research. So I kind of leave that up there just to remind people that's a methodology. We're doing more hybrid sampling. We're less concerned about the way you get to people than we are about using the best way to get to certain groups of people. And mail is good in some cases. Telephone still is for certain demographic subgroups. So lower right, that's where we are today, online surveys. So what happened was we used the online survey approach in this year's post-test statewide survey. And I really like online research for a number of reasons. In terms of valid data, it's real good. You have to make a transition if you're doing longitudinal work. If you're benchmarking data that originally was collected by telephone, you've got to be careful. And there's some things we could talk about as we move through the results, but especially for open-ended questions. I really like getting verbatim responses, unfiltered by telephone interviewers and coders. And you see people in their own words expressing their opinions about a particular issue. So valuable to communications, to know those semantics and know those imageries. For scaling questions, it's great because in telephone, you have what we call the latency and recency effect. And people tend to actually answer them more polarized than you will see in online, because online they see the scale, they see the different responses. They're not remembering the first thing or the last thing that the interviewer asked about. So you get more valid data when with respect to intervally scaled items. So that's a real plus as well. And there's the response bias. Get the interviewer out of it. This person is sitting in his or her PJs. It could be 11 o'clock at night. They don't have to worry about whether they're impressing an interviewer or revealing ignorance about a particular issue or a particular passion that they feel a little guarded about. We saw a lot of this in the political season, especially in 16, even in this most recent cycle, is getting those truthful responses. You're more likely to get it in an online survey than you are in a telephone survey. So enough is enough. Let's move on to the results of the survey. Only all this to say that we made this switch. We had some new ads, so it was a good time to make the switch. We developed some new ads, right, Aaron, and we tested them using a new methodology, online. We also included 2 additional counties, Deschutes and Morrow, to reflect a slightly different media buy than we have in the past. So keep all that in mind as we proceed quickly through these results. That's a good sample size, 531 folks conducted during the summer. We have to these days use both quotas and statistical weighting to assure a representative sample, and 531 means a margin of error plus or minus 4.3%. Now, open-ended question. Oregonians identify forest products as one of the most important industries in Oregon. And this was open-ended. They could say anything. And at the top of the list, we really have a cluster, don't we? 16 and 15, forest products, healthcare, agriculture, and then you see, if you were at forest products, you see tourism at 11%, high tech at 10%, and higher education at 6%. That will vary, everyone, by where you are in Oregon. If you're in Washington County, you'll see differences in percentages, but it's important to appreciate that unlike how a lot of opinion leaders, because we do a lot of opinion leaders as well, the general population really considers the forest products industry an important industry. They have all along. And I think there's been some tendency on the part of some people to kind of say, well, it's an old industry. It's a tired industry. We're moving on. High tech, high tech, high tech. But that's not the case when we go out there and ask Oregonians about the industry. Attitudes about wood products, very important, of course, to the state of Oregon. And there is real strong agreement about a number of things. These were statements. Using wood products from sustainably managed forests is good for the environment. Take a look at some of these numbers there. That's 81% agreement. And I'm sorry for this strongly support and somewhat support. It's really agreement and disagreement. You know, you could put together these PowerPoints and you think you've caught everything. We have a typo there. So strong agreement also for wood products made in Oregon come from sustainably managed forests. I know this is there's been a real effort on the part of OFRI and the industry to help the public understand the value of forests relative to sustainability. As a society, we should encourage the use of wood building materials that come from sustainably managed forests. Look at that, that's 70%. I really like to see the strong support. That's very important. Remember, we're using an online methodology. And so the validity of this, I feel real good about. Now, you could see when we move to asking the question, do you agree or disagree that using wood products helps combat climate change? Look at what you have in terms of 45% supporting it, right? And only 23% or not agreeing with that statement. But look at that large 33%. A lot of people have difficulty connecting the dots there using wood products. And they may not think about what the environmental costs are related to steel, related to concrete and things like that. It's something we're monitoring all the time and wanting to more and more understand. Majority consider wood products better for the environment than concrete or steel. Sure, when you connect the dots for them, so when you prompt them, this is the response you get. And you can see here a little shift downward for wood since 2017. I think that's the effect of switching over to the online methodology. And you'll also with online methodology get higher don't knows. We're going to see some of that here shortly. The wood store's carbon message leaves Oregonians uncertain whether they support wood products. And the question was, knowing this, how supportive are you? New technologies use smaller pieces of wood instead of wood from old growth timber. A lot of people like that. That makes them more supportive of using wood products. But when you say wood stores carbon, a greenhouse gas linked to global warming, look at that high, don't know at 29%, but there are some actually a greater number of folks there in that less supportive. That's where the plurality response was, not counting don't know. Perceptions of Oregon of regulatory protections. This is very important. So we've had the opportunity to assist the forest industry for a long time in the state of Oregon, and we know that these things are very important to Oregonians. The more they perceive that we as a state are doing good in these areas, the more supportive they are of forest management in the forest industry. So we want to keep on monitoring how well a job we're doing with protecting fish and wildlife, replanting trees, and protecting water resources. So starting off with awareness of regulatory protections look lower this year, perhaps due to the online methodology. So we've been tracking awareness because, again, there's a link between awareness and their support for the industry. So we'll want to watch that 70, 65, and 57 moving forward. Okay, it becomes our new baseline in effect. In the past, we were doing benchmarks. This becomes, in effect, a new baseline. I will kind of sneak peek backwards when we do it again, but that's where we are. At least 3 in 10 Oregonians indicate they are uncertain about protections when given the option via the online format to do so. So we're kind of looking at the don't knows around this. So they are uncertain. That's good. I mean, I would rather have a glass that's empty to be filled when it comes to policy affecting opinion research than trying to empty a glass and then refill it. So we have a lot of unawareness out there, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of don't knows out there that need information. 6 in 10 agree that the state of Oregon does a good job enforcing forest protection laws. The decline here, is that me or is that someone else? Okay. There we go. So you see that when you combine the agrees both strongly and somewhat, we're at 75% of the people. Only 15% of Oregonians disagree with the statement. But what did I tell you about online research? Higher don't knows. So you got that 21. We're gonna get to know those don't know people demographically and really go to town on them, right, Aaron? Okay. So we're looking at younger people generally. We're looking at newcomers to the state. We're looking at lower income and lower education levels at all as well. But yeah, 65% agree there. That becomes our new baseline moving forward. Okay, come on, baby. Don't let me down now because the best is to come here. Okay, maybe you can help me advance this. One more. Okay, at least 3 in 10 indicate they are uncertain about protections when given the option fee. Okay, we did that one. One more. Awareness of regulators looks lower this year. Yeah, we're going backwards. There we go. Keep going. There we go. Bonus round, everyone. We're almost through it. So here's what we do. Every month, DHM Research does a monthly survey. We do it to inform us as to what's going on with respect to public opinion in the state of Oregon. So it helps us in our client relationships and in our business development. We also do some writing on some of these issues for our media partners. So we did this survey at the very end of fire season. So that would have been, we're already in November. So this would have been an October survey. So do you think the weather we had this summer with the heat and the smoke represents a new normal for our climate? Average Joe and Jane. You know, we're not asking experts, though there will be a few experts in a proportional sample. But yes, 60% of the folks saying it represents a new normal, that we're going to have more of this in the future, compared to 25% no and 50% don't know. Now watch what happens here. Next slide. Yes, what if anything can we as Oregonians do about this? So it's fascinating to see what the responses were. Again, verbatim responses, their words. You can't control Mother Nature. As people are allowed to build in fire vulnerable areas, there will be less open green areas and more environmental damage to our green and open spaces. We need to all work to using clean energy and mitigating our driving and contributions to CO2 emissions. Now remember what the question was. Is this the new normal, this smoke we had and all this? So you'll see in these percentages that people went down some different roads. Learn to live with it. Thin the forests. Vote for leaders who believe in climate action. Active management of our forest, public and private lands to thin the forest, not clear cut to reduce fuel loads. We need to fight fires, not contain them. We need to log the forest like the old days. We need a new governor. And work to combat global climate change. Do a better job reducing fuel loading in the forests. Limit smoking to closed cars. To reduce smoking-related fires on the highways. Isn't that interesting? So you see the connections they're making, the different dots. It's just not forests, but forests are mentioned. But it also has to do with reducing carbon generally, and specifically some different things we can do with respect to reducing carbon. Next one. So if we take all those verbatim responses and we developed coding categories, that's what we call them. Take a look at the fire-related responses as to what we as Oregonians can do about this new normal. At the top is educate public about forest fire prevention at 14%. Then you have a reduce emissions greenhouse gases. Take a look at number 3, also 14%, improve forestry practices. And then more general, fight climate change, clean energy, energy efficiency. Hey, another one, forest thinning, logging, 12%. Adjust to new weather patterns, drive less, drive electrical cars, regulate outdoor activities, brush clearing, you could say is possibly related as well. What the takeaway from this is, without prompting them about forests, we're talking about the weather, the smoke, and everything else. What came to mind for them? A lot of what you guys are dealing with in your positions on the Board of Forestry. Next slide. A couple closed-ended questions and we'll wrap it up. Lack of thinning, harvesting, and dense overcrowded forest stands can threaten fish and wildlife habitat by making the stands vulnerable to unusually hot, destructive fires. And 76% agreement with that. Only 12% disagreement. Again, online validity. Next statement. Dense overstocked forests in eastern and southern interior Oregon should be thinned to reduce the risk of severe wildfire. We're not telling them, which agency is in charge of the land, but it doesn't matter. I have asked it in the past. There's strong support for reducing the risk of severe wildfire. Next slide. I think that's it. So bonus round, that wraps it up. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Yeah, Brenda.
Just very quickly, the 531 samples, that was a completely random sample. I was confused by the weighting that you refer to there.
Yeah, you will, you can spend a lot of money to try to get a random sample. So what we do is we go for 531. We establish demographic quotas, get us in the ballpark, and then we'll statistically weight so it's representative of the demographics of the state.
So you expand it based upon the population in each?
Yes, yep. So, okay.
So it was interesting, you were talking about the advantages of online, and those would seem to hold true for mail survey as well. Is that why they're having comeback?
They sure are. And Peter, you may know Don Dillman up at WSU, and he was a mentor and the godfather of mail survey research design. And so the total design method is very much, we're looking at it as people who run opinion research, we're looking at it now as an option. Yep. Sometimes we'll do a hybrid where we'll mail postcards and letters and drive people who want to and who can take it online. Otherwise, just call us and we'll administer a telephone survey to you, or we'll even get you a self-administered one. Is the other methodology we're using.
Yeah, at the front end, I think it was of your presentation, you mentioned media markets and media buys, and that there were some counties that were not included in the survey, presumably because they didn't have the ads running that you guys were running.
Correct. We did not run the ads in those counties.
Okay, and your surveys were basically following the media buy, so that you were, in part, were your questions designed to see if the information included in your ads was making an impression on people?
The bonus round was a statewide random sample. The sample for the post-test advertising that Aaron described, that reflected where we advertised.
Okay, good. Thank you.
It's really difficult to get Oregon TV in Wallowa County.
Yeah.
So, I got two quick questions for you. One, I'm curious. I mean, you attributed, you encouraged us to think about shifts in responses and the increase in don't knows to the change in methodology. But you also referenced quickly in your discussion in-migration to the county, to the state. And I'm just curious, how do you track that, and what does that inform in terms of your public awareness campaign? It strikes me that would be a significant factor. Yeah.
And if I didn't mention, I apologize. Yeah, that's one of the groups that you would want to focus on when it comes to public education, is that these people are new to the state. They're importing their values and beliefs. How they feel about Oregon is often shaped with how they felt about where they lived before and moving here. But often they bring with them great levels of unawareness, low knowledge levels about things. Yeah, definitely they're a hard group, but what is discouraging to me, quite frankly, as an opinion researcher who's worked so long in this state, is just a high level of ignorance when it comes to a lot of these public policy issues and planning issues on the part of all Oregonians, not just newcomers.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's driven by education level and income level and some of those kinds of things for variations, even within newcomers. Probably more than you wanted to know, but
No, I
that's
appreciate it.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Tom.
See you.
See you.
Next item 6, ecosystem service valuing. This is an informational item. We won't be voting on it.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Peter Dougherty. My name is Brandon Ketzel. I am the principal economist for the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Partnership and Planning Unit.
Thanks.
2 years ago, a little bit of background on why we're here. 2 years ago, which, as I was just thinking about, went by really quickly. After the January 2017 board meeting, when we presented the economic analysis for the riparian rule change, we had feedback from the public and from the board on ecosystem services. More pertinently, we were asked the question, could we come back at a future date and possibly give a presentation on what are ecosystem services? And then go a little bit further and talk about how they could be valued and maybe look at some actual examples of how this was being done. And so over the last 2 years, Peter and myself met with each other, and then we went to OSU and we asked the two gentlemen to my right, Drs. David Lewis and Randy Rosenberger, who is a full professor of applied economics in the College of Agricultural Science and the Dean of Student Success, respectively, in the College of Forestry. to come back and join us for 2 presentations possibly. Who knows what that'll look like. But this is presentation 1, and what we've asked Drs. Lewis and Rosenberg to work with us today on is to talk to you about a background on ecosystem services and you know, what are they, help define those and talk about some ways that they should be looked at and they've been valued. But really, this is going to count on a little bit of feedback on your end as well at the end of it, because we're planning a second presentation. So what would be useful at the end is for you to help us think about what that next presentation should look like. Should we talk about case studies? Should we talk about more about how ecosystem services should be valued? And so we're hoping for a little bit of feedback at the end. But one thing I want to point out is this, as Chair Emerson said when I sat down, this is an informational item. There's no action needed today except for hopefully a little bit of feedback at the end. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lewis and Dr. Rosenberg and let them take control. So thank you.
Thank you, members of the board, and thank you for welcoming us here today. So I'm David Lewis. This is Randy Rosenberger. And so we're going to talk about ecosystem services today. We're both active researchers in the field of environmental and resource economics. And so we're going to talk about them mostly from that perspective of active researchers in that area. Okay. So ecosystem services are generally defined as benefits that people derive from functioning ecosystems. And people have tried to classify them in many different ways. And this is a common one here that originates in the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, a big international effort in the mid-2000s. And that's referenced in the paper that's cited at the bottom. You can classify, one way to classify them is provisioning services such as raw materials, and timber would fall under this particular area and is generally considered an ecosystem service. Regulating services, things like pollination, soil formation, climate regulation, these types of things. Cultural services, so that ecosystems can be a place for recreation, aesthetics, other things like that. Supporting services, things like this is where you might put habitat for wildlife if you were to try to classify them as an ecosystem service. And so what I want to do in this presentation is give you some examples. So if you look at this, this is very abstract, and a lot of stuff about ecosystem services is fairly abstract. So I'm going to try to use a lot of examples today just to kind of make it a little less abstract. And so here's one example. So let's focus on Oregon timberland. So this is a piece of Starker Forest timberland west of Corvallis. This is an area that I actively mountain bike on a lot, so I know it well. So you can think about those categories of ecosystem services from this particular piece of land. So in terms of provisioning, this land gives you Douglas fir trees, so for timber. In terms of regulating service, it sequesters carbon, trees that grow, soil sequesters carbon. Cultural services, mountain bikers know and love this particular section. It has a famous trail called Word to Your Mother that drops down through there. It's a great mountain bike trail for anyone in that area. It also has supporting services like habitat for birds, right? And so as economists, when we think about these types of services, one of the questions that we like to think about is, well, what does Starker as a landowner get compensated for in terms of all these services that this particular land provides? And when you think about it is really they get compensated for the provisioning service, the timber that comes out of that land. But these other services, they generally do not get compensated directly for, at least in terms of financial. And so what that means is the incentives to provide these other services are not nearly as high as the incentives to provide things like timber, okay? And so this links back to a way that economists like to think about what markets are efficient at providing and what markets are not efficient at providing. And so one way that we like to think about this is sort of, if you look at any economics textbook, you'll find a figure like this. This is a way to start to think about goods as public goods or private goods, and then things in between. So we think about things, classifying things in terms of whether they're rival in consumption and excludable. So rival in consumption in terms of along the top, things can be yes or no, or an excludable, yes or no. So what does rival in consumption mean? It means that when I consume a good, that my consumption of that good directly takes away from, say, Randy's ability to consume that good. So if I go buy a board of lumber from Home Depot, Randy cannot go buy that board of lumber because I'm now using it. Okay, so then we call that rival in consumption. So timber is a good example of something that's rival in consumption. Other things are not rival in consumption, especially information. So my consumption of information doesn't affect Randy's ability to consume that information. So we can classify things in terms of rivalness. Excludability is another one. That's along the left side there. So goods can be either excludable or not. And so what this means is, can you exclude someone from consuming that particular good, right? So if you think about timber, for example, I can be excluded from consuming timber. If I don't pay for it, I'm excluded from it. If I go to Home Depot and walk out with a 2x4, someone's gonna stop me and say, wait a minute, you can't get out of here with that without paying for us, right? If I go out to Starker Forest Land and chop down a Doug fir tree, they're not gonna be happy about it. They can exclude me from doing that, right? So along the top are goods that are excludable, and along the bottom are goods that are not excludable, right? And so common resources, things like harvestable species, tend to be something that, while technically you could exclude them, in practice we don't very well exclude these things. And then over on the bottom right are what we call public goods, which are both non-rival and non-excludable, right? And so things like wildlife existence, water quality, are things that we would classify as both of these. And the reason we kind of set this type of a rubric up in thinking about ecosystem services is because this helps us think about markets. The idea that markets are really better at providing these excludable services rather than the non-excludable ones. And the reason is because if I can exclude you from it, then I can charge you money from it. And so then that gives incentive as a provider to provide that particular good. If I can't exclude you from it, it's hard to charge. So then it's hard to get compensated for those things. Okay. So this figure here is going to help us, I'm going to use several times, and I'm going to use this sort of define how we think about ecosystem services as a whole. And so we think about ecosystems as giving us ecosystem services. And in between there's a production function, right? So how an ecosystem translates into ecosystem services. And I'll show you some examples in a moment. In economics, we think about decision-making as influencing these ecosystems through human actions. So there are different things that people will decide along a landscape that will alter ecosystems and that will then alter ecosystem services. And then what happens in terms of those ecosystem services can be translated back to the value of those ecosystem services. And this is where we can think about economic valuation methods that would help us translate physical changes, biophysical changes in ecosystem services back to what the social value or economic value is of those services. And then to complete the circle, you can think about that value as providing information to help think about decision-making that then completes the loop, right? So this figure is fairly abstract. I want to walk through a few examples of thinking about this. And so I'm going to start on the right-hand side and this link between human actions, ecosystems, and ecosystem services. So I want to do this by referencing this paper that I worked on a number of years ago. It's cited at the bottom. And this particular paper is attempting to quantify the link between human actions and ecosystem service provision, in particular focusing on land use change. So this is a US national model on non-federal land, so the entire country. And so what we're after here is trying to link policy and market scenarios and how those impact the net returns to using land in terms of different uses. So uses like forest, urban development, range, cropland, pasture. Those are the main land uses in the United States. And so modeling land use change, so how net returns to land give incentives to change land, and then how those land use transitions then give rise to these different ecosystem services at the bottom. And this particular study focuses on 4: food production and timber production, so 2 provisioning services, wildlife habitat, a supporting service, and carbon sequestration, which is a regulating service. Okay. So here are some results from this exercise, which was a forward-looking exercise to 2050. And so if you look over there, column A, or what's labeled A there, that's land cover changes. And so what we modeled here is you can see transitions between cropland, pastureland, forest, urban, and range. So there's no increase in land, so if one use goes up, another must go down, okay? So the white bar is a baseline trend. You can think about that as essentially low crop prices, and the dark bar is essentially high crop prices, okay? So when crop prices were low, and we simulated this out, you tend to lose crop and you gain urban and forest, right? When crop prices are high, you gain more crop in terms of 22%. You lose pasture, so it comes at the expense of pasture and it comes at the expense of range. Urban still goes up in all of these because it's so valuable. The Things over to the right, B, C, and D, are ecosystem services, food production, carbon storage, and timber production. And we track how they each go up in these cases. Food production, part of the increase in that is an assumption about increases in yields over time. And then we also mapped these land use changes to changes in wildlife habitat, focusing on 194 individual wildlife species. We classified them in terms of amphibians, influential species, game species, and at-risk birds. And so we tracked whether they lost habitat, in terms of the left there, little or no change in habitat, or gains in habitat. And so there's a lot of information on this figure, but the main thing I want you to take away from it is that human actions that generate land use change alter ecosystems, and that changes ecosystem services, right? Part of this exercise was to understand what if we tried to compensate landowners for things that were not traded in the marketplace. And so we tried 3 different policy scenarios. One was we call it forest incentives policy, which was $100 per acre per year subsidy on converting land to forest, and also a concurrent tax if you take it out of forest. So that's the green. So you notice that generates more forest relative to a baseline at the expense of crop and range primarily. It also generates less food production relative to a baseline, more carbon storage, and more timber production, right? So again, human actions lead to changes in ecosystems. We also did a scenario called natural habitats, which is essentially a policy to tax land that leaves range or forest and conserve those uses, and then an urban development or urban containment policy, I should say, that limited development outside of metropolitan counties. And then we linked those scenarios to all of these ecosystem services. And the point of the exercise is not to focus on any particular one, but just to make this point about how we can think about quantifying a human action influencing an ecosystem, influencing an ecosystem service, all right? And so these changes here are what we typically focus on in economic analysis of ecosystem services. Okay. So that gets, if we think about that exercise there, that was an illustration of the right-hand side of this figure. So the link between decisions, human actions, and ecosystem services. Now let's focus a little bit on the left-hand side over here. So, all right, these services change in biophysical terms. What is that worth? How do we think about what that's worth in terms of economic valuation methods? So the easier ones, it's not necessarily easy, but the easier ones are the things that are traded in marketplaces. So timber and food, for example, have observable prices. There's ways that so the market reveals people's willingness to pay for these goods and services. And so we have ways to value that. This is an example of new research of mine with some other people in my lab that are looking at, this is measuring the county average annualized measure of the net economic return to private timberland across the United States. And so the blue is more valuable, the yellow is less valuable, just in looking at this. And you can see here, like with this setup, that of course the most valuable timberland is both in the Pacific Northwest and in the US Southeast. My home state of Maine sadly comes out very low in this particular ranking. So that's market goods. And now the thing with market goods is they have prices that we can use. Non-market goods are a different animal. They don't have prices that we can use. They're not generally traded in marketplaces. And so when we start to approach these particular services, then we have different methods that we come at it. And these are known as non-market methods, non-market valuation methods. And kind of the two classic ones that are typically discussed are, one is called revealed preference, another is called stated preference. Revealed preference essentially uses information, data on how people are using resources and to try to infer something about their value out of that. So property markets are classic ways that we try to infer data. People are willing to pay more for houses that are in places with more quality environment compared to houses that are not. We also model recreation decisions in terms of thinking about the demand for those goods. Now those generate use values, and so these generate economic values that come from people's direct use of these services. Stated preference is another approach which measures non-use values. So the fact that people can derive economic benefits from ecosystem services even apart from direct use of those services, right? And so endangered species are sort of a classic case here where people can derive benefits from conservation or restoration of endangered species even without directly interacting with them. Okay, so as an example of reveal preference, the hedonic pricing method is the most, one of the most common approaches. And this method is applied to ecosystem services, typically uses property values and tries to, and recognizes the fact that property values reflect the value of the many different attributes of a property, right? So what goes into property values? The structure, so in terms of if it's a house, the size of the house, the age of the house, things like that. The local built environment around that house, the school quality, neighborhood amenities influence the price of that house, but also the natural environment. Proximity to conserved forest, for example, is something that's been shown to influence property values. Air quality also is another one that's been shown to influence property values. And so what we look at here with reveal preference is trying to measure how does a change in the natural environment affect property values. So as two examples, there's hundreds of examples in this area, but it's two particular examples. Many studies find that residential property values are higher when near conserved forest and other types of conserved open space lands. Right? So people find the amenities of being near those places attractive and are willing to pay for them in a property market, right? And so we try to use those, tease out what that price differential is that comes from that amenity. Another example from my own research is the link between aquatic invasive species and lakeshore property values. When lakes get invaded by these aquatic invasive species, it lowers the aquatic ecosystem services, and hence you see properties selling for less on those lands after that. Right? Yeah. And so there's advantages and disadvantages to every method. For this particular method, the advantage is that it's based on revealed behavior of people. Right? So people that are putting money on the table in these particular markets. Disadvantages, it covers a really small subset of ecosystem services, things that people are directly using. Recreation is a common one here. And it's also, from a research perspective, very challenging to disentangle environmental attributes from other property attributes. And so this ends up being a complicated statistical exercise of trying to disentangle multiple things. Another approach is called the stated preference approach. And this particular approach is attractive because it can get at both use values and non-use values. And in fact, it's the only way to get at non-use values of ecosystem services. An example is the choice experiment. And so what this particular approach does is it uses surveys to ask people to make choices across bundles of services, right? So a survey is sent out and programs are described to survey respondents. And so I picked an example here from this paper down here, which was the closest one I could find related to what this board is about here in terms of private forest land in the Oregon Coast Range. And so this particular study, done by OSU people several years ago, looked at defining a conservation program that had really 4 different sets of things that it was after. Salmon streams, so conserving salmon streams and salmon habitat, forest age management, biodiversity reserves, and endangered species. And so what you do in these surveys is the key task is you describe actions that affect a set of ecosystem services. So you do this in the survey and you tell the respondents what the actions are and what are the services that are affected by it. Once you do that, then this next step here is, this is known as a choice card in this literature, is survey respondents then are faced with these choosing from different things. I can choose a baseline outcome that has no change and importantly costs me nothing, or I can choose from different alternatives that change where the levels of the ecosystem services are experimentally varied by the researchers, right? And it's kind of blocked down there, but at the bottom, hidden behind that right there, by the camera, is cost levels. Okay, so not only do you choose from different levels of ecosystem services, but the cost to the household is experimentally varied in there. And so what happens is researchers take choices that people make in these surveys and then try to disentangle from how those choices are made with the attributes, the level of the attributes of the ecosystem services and the cost, try to disentangle how much people are willing to pay for changes in those attributes, right? So in this particular study, for example, that was conducted on Oregon households, and this was a male survey that was done, salmon people were willing to pay on average about $60 per household for a 10% increase in salmon habitat, about $201 per household per year for a 10% increase in old growth management. And so What you do with these services, with these surveys, is you try to then, whatever attributes you are varying there experimentally as a researcher, you're trying to put dollar values on changes in those, which reflect what people are willing to pay for additional units of those services. These stated preference methods also have advantages and disadvantages. Key advantage is that they get direct questions about the values of interest. Right? So you can, as a researcher, if you want to zero in on a particular ecosystem service, you can design the survey around that. So it gives you control over what you're trying to value. It also is the only way to get at non-use values. And this is really important, especially when you're talking about things like wildlife habitat or any types of threatened species. This is an important thing that you really can't get at with revealed preferences. There are also disadvantages. The biggest one that's been, and the one that's been studied for many decades, is the hypothetical nature of these. These are hypothetical rather than revealed. So they differ in that way, in that people are not putting money specifically on the table. So you're not using their revealed behavior to get at these values. It's more hypothetical. Another disadvantage is they're very costly to conduct these services. It requires really high skill in survey design, and they're not cheap to conduct. And our discipline has not had the technological advances to lower those costs very much over the years, unfortunately. And so that just, to wrap up, just come back to this same figure. And so the idea of valuation methods gets at this side here. And so ideally, right here, what I added is valuation of ecosystem services helps improve decision-making. And so that's why we think about doing this in the first place. And this is particularly important when you're talking about the ecosystem services that are public goods and that don't have market prices. And so landowners tend to not be incentivized to provide those. And so one solution to that could be for other entities to try to step in, like payments for ecosystem services it was one example of doing that. But how do you define what payment to provide? Well, one way, ideally, is you would use information about what they're worth. Right? Because this gets at the economic issue of the demand for these particular goods. And that's really one way to think about this, is the left side is all about demand for ecosystem services. This side over here, the right side, is about the supply of those services. Right? And we'll wrap up there and take any questions.
Well, I'll start out. I have one. I know you talked about these values are really marginal values, correct, for the change. And one of the things that's emerged as a real problem in ecological economics is separating out what the marginal change of an ecosystem service is for a given human action. And then could you speak briefly to joint production of ecosystem services?
Let's go back to this slide here as an example. So what you're asking about is this link here, right? Is how do you link, so changes in ecosystems to ecosystem services. That's right. So when you change land use, for example, as the example that I had up there illustrated, you change lots of things. So you change wildlife habitat, you change carbon sequestration, you change timber production, you change food production. And really, for a lot of things, it's difficult to disentangle how much, and we don't really, there are some things that we know a lot about in terms of what this production functions look like, and there are other things that we don't know so well. But to really do this well in the ideal world, you want to have a good idea of what that production function looks like right there.
Thank you.
Thank you both. That was very interesting. I appreciate that. How do we go about understanding what the effects are of these ecosystem services on the surrounding communities? So in other words, you might have a forest that's being managed in a certain way, and there are certain amenities associated with that. They would be different if it were managed in a different way. But people use that forest for certain things. They're bringing money to that area to recreate and do other activities. How do we get a handle on what the additive income is or additive benefit is to a community from these kinds of services? And I think I understand what you did, Dave. I'm not sure I followed it all, but I'm not sure that what you did answered my question.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it didn't. And most of the methods that we use try to get at individual measures of demand for these things. Rather than measure income directly, it tries to measure these values. And this is sort of the classic economic approach to, if I want to measure the value of something, the first thing I want to know is I want to know the demand for that, what people are willing to pay for it. And now that's linked tightly to income, because willingness to pay is about preferences and about your ability to pay. So these methods implicitly have income underlying them. But the methods that I talked about here are not specifically aimed at trying to understand how, say, income levels would change in a particular community. That's a different question.
Yeah, and so I can add to that as well, Brenda, that your question about community support and development is more tied to a different economic methodology. So this is dealing with what we consider values or benefits. So on the margin, we're trying to say, if you change A, how does that marginally affect these different things, and what are the relative values of that? So we're in kind of a cost benefit framework that's helping us decide, should we go here? Another is more informational, and one that is widely used, and it's the economic impact analysis or economic contributions. So this is some of the statistics that we see, where the number, the amount of expenditure, jobs, income, those types of things that are supported through active timber harvesting, through recreation investments, where people come to a community, spend their money, and the flows of those funds throughout there. So they're more of a description of how things are working together, but they aren't good methods for helping us identify what the best course of action is. And one of the reasons for this is they're tied to costs. They're tied to what people are spending in a different area. And as the costs go up, the economic impacts go up. So things like we saw previously, a hurricane has a significant positive economic impact on a community, because the construction and redevelopment and all that brings lots of income and jobs for a short amount of time into a community. But from a valuation standpoint, we would say that was a horrific event with how those go. And so the struggle with looking at the impacts on a community is that economic impacts cannot measure ecosystem services directly in a broad sense that values can. Does that sort out a little bit?
Jim.
I just want to thank you. It was a great presentation. Really wonderful work. I guess my other comment is whoever came up with the name ecosystem services should probably be strung up. But love the work. Thank you.
They were originally called Nature Services by Gretchen Daly. And then later it got into the realm, and
it's got a history. Yeah. Right.
They didn't have focus groups or
no.
We got to do some branding work here.
So I really appreciated the presentation today. I think it gave us a good sort of solid, comprehensive joint foundation for understanding what ecosystem services are and how we might go about valuing them, given that some of them are monetized, some of them are not, and the different ways you can measure them. Just as a suggestion for where I personally would like to see you go next, and at least a good part of, although certainly not the only reason that we got you on the agenda, was I really felt a strong need following our riparian rule analysis to get a better handle on how we're incorporating costs and benefits related to ecosystem services in our economic analysis when we're making land use decisions. I would love to see some suggestions for how we might go about improving our, for instance, economic analysis of the state management planning process that we're in, so that we know that we have at least come as close as we can to understanding the economic trade-offs that we might be facing with as our decisions are shifting between those but the provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting surfaces that we get. Because while the ones that are monetized, it's very easy to understand what the economic trade-offs are. The ones that are not monetized, it's very difficult to understand what the economic trade-offs are. Although I agree with you completely, as you stated, just because they're not monetized doesn't mean they don't have economic impacts. And so getting a better feel for how we can incorporate an understanding of the monetized and non-monetized economic costs and benefits of different alternatives that come before us would be particularly useful.
So let me start with that. So I think this figure actually gives you a way to start to think about that. You could apply this to a lot of different settings. And so in that setting, so if you say expand something about a riparian buffer, then the question that first question you want to answer is, in terms of the production function, what does that do to the ecosystem services? So for example, fish populations, what is the link between that action and how many returning salmon, for example, come in, right? So that would be this map down here. So getting a handle on that would be first. And then once you have a handle on that, then valuing what are people willing to pay for example, more fish, higher populations of returning salmon. And so then if you take those steps there, then what you'll do is you'll be able to understand something about the change in an ecosystem service in biophysical terms, and then the change in economic terms. And then if you get the change in economic terms and you do it well, then that's in the same units as timber values.
Right.
Okay, so if an action like that lowers timber values because you're taking some productive land out of production, but in the trade-off is that you then raise the, say, number of salmon that come back, then there's economic value to that. Then you can directly weigh those in the same units. And that's, from an economist's perspective, that's really the idea here in terms of why we think about valuing things in monetary terms. It's so that you can now compare things in direct units. Because if I don't do the evaluation step, then I could have something where, okay, I have X number of dollars that are lost in terms of timber values from this action, but I have X number of, or Y number of fish that come back. And so those are not the same units. And so what you want to do is make sure they're all in the same units.
Yeah, and I think I'd love to hear even more about both the conceptual framework that allows that and also some sort of practical applications that we might use in Institute to give some guidance for future economic analyses about decisions that might be before the board, so that we're not left with half of the story or a story where we're comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah. Okay.
I would, just curious, have you seen that where it's actually played out in decision making, and do people treat dollars of salmon the same as they treat dollars of timber?
So I think it depends on what context you're asking in there. So in terms of, so if you think about it in terms of, let's say, a public policy agency, then the question is, do you consider economic analyses of benefits and costs? And just as one example that comes to my mind, so the Environmental Protection Agency, Federal Environmental Protection Agency, regularly does cost benefit analysis for, say, major air pollution laws across the US. And the benefit estimates that come out of those uses a lot of the same methods that I mentioned here. And the cost estimates that come out of those are usually about costs that firms must undertake, for example, to lower pollution. And so that's a direct example of where these types of methods are used to compare something, a benefit that's not monetized directly by a market, against things that are.
Yeah, and we've certainly, so I've seen where dollars of salmon are treated the same as dollars of timber, just not in the same analysis. But certainly every year that National Marine Fisheries Service is setting harvest out in the ocean for the commercial fishing industry, they're looking at dollars of salmon. And so they're talking about harvest level dollars of salmon out in the ocean. So they're not comparing it against a land use change. And that's the link that we're having trouble making. But certainly they're basing their decisions on dollars of salmon.
Although those are actual prices for salmon, right? Dead salmon. I mean,
Yeah, that's right. But essentially, I think what I would love to see when you come back to us is some guidance and assistance in helping us get a feel for what in fact would be a comprehensive economic analysis that tries to fully incorporate an understanding of the trade-offs between all four categories of your services, including the provisioning, the ones that are monetized, and those that are not. So that, and looks at, basically, I think we have seen, to use your example, if you increase the riparian area, you are taking some trees that we might have otherwise harvested as a provisioning benefit, and there is an economic cost associated with that. But in the past, we've looked at that in isolation without counterweighting that or completing the story of that with, and what is the economic value or impact of the value we gained by changing the riparian area. And I think, we're kind of struggling because it's not an easy analysis. But I would like to have some guidance on what you would think would be a reasonable and good comprehensive framework for conducting a comprehensive economic analysis of our future decisions.
Yeah, that's good. That's good feedback. Thank you.
What's the elements of adequacy? When do we know we've looked at it enough to be feeling like we're making an informed decision?
Great. Thank you very much. This is really interesting. And we will now take a break for, let's see, until a 15-minute break, so until 3:50.
Chair Emerson, members of the board, Claire Clock, retired farmer, Clock Farm in Corbett, Oregon, and semi-retired conservation district for Clackamas. Here today to say that I sort of consider this a red letter day or a watershed event for the Department of Forestry, and the fact that you even have ecosystem services on the agenda. We've been talking about this for 40 years. First time I've heard about it, or whatever you want to call it. But the thing that's happened in all that time is there's never been any hard numbers, and I know it's really hard for hard numbers, but just like Board Member Williams mentioned, we need something that says something about what the actual benefit is from these particular types of services. Just a couple of case in points that I would think of too is the fact of what a forest does, a clear cut does compared to like a shelterwood or a limited entry type of a cut. Has to do with groundwater holding in. If you have a complete watershed with a clear cuts, the water runs off faster. We don't have groundwater infiltration. Our groundwater levels aren't recharged at a good rate. And then those people that depend on those water in August and September in the streams, they have dried up streams, and we've seen those all the time. It was mentioned this morning on that kind of thing too. As also the actual cost of ecosystem services in relation to recreational use, the dollars that we have. I'm a bird watcher. I'm not a life lister, but I'm a bird watcher. And people do mountain biking, the forest, and all those small communities do get an economic benefit from those particular services as far as nationwide, billions of dollars are spent each year in small communities because of that type of stuff. The other thing is too, in relation to like streamside buffers, the ecosystem services of that is what's the downstream effect of having erosion in your streams, whether it be increased treatment of your drinking water treatment plants. If it's all of those things that OWEB does and our restorations do, you have erosion that comes into the streams and covers up the reds. All of that restoration money is lost in that particular thing. And in that particular point, we're talking about the streams that are non-fish bearing streams that maybe not have the protection in forest practices that they should have, because mud from the upper streams will kill a salmon egg just as dead as the mud from a fish bearing stream. But that's the main thing. I think the suggestion is some good hard facts that we can say, hey, this forest here will provide these kind of services. And I'm not against cutting, because when I testified on the Elliott Forest, I suggested that they thin the entire forest. That's just my experience there. And I would say that for the state and federal forest too, is that we have a backlog there, both for forest protection and for fire. So I can see both sides of the way, but I hope that we can make advancements in ecosystem services. And that you ask our presentation panel to come back with some numbers. Anyway, thank you. And any questions?
Thank you for coming. Anybody have any comments or questions? Great, thanks a lot. So we'll go to item 7, the J.E. Schroeder Seed Orchard and Oregon Seed Bank update. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, board members, and State Forester Authority. For the record, my name is Kyle Abraham, and I serve as the Deputy Division Chief for Private Forests. Thank you for the time on the agenda today. With me is Mike Kroon, Schroeder Seed Orchard Manager, and Don Kazmarek, our geneticist in Private Forests. They will be providing you with a few more details about the seed orchard and Oregon Seed Bank. But before they do that, I wanted just to remind you of the several business lines that we have under private forest. So we have the Field Support Unit, the Forest Health and Monitoring Unit, Family Forest Land Assistance Program, Urban and Community Forestry Assistance Program, the Biomass Program, and the Schroeder Seed Orchard. You guys heard about these at the October retreat. And all of these programs are housed and supported within the Private Forest Division. So the Schroeder Seed Orchard and the Seed Bank authorities are described in statute and authorize the State Forester and the State Board of Forestry to operate the Seed Bank and the Seed Orchard. The Seed Orchard and Seed Bank support private, industrial, federal, state, and family forest land owners in growing or making available forest tree seed, which supports the board's goals and policies, including in the forestry program for Oregon and the board's value statements. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Kyle. Chair Emerson, Board of Forestry members, State Forester Authority, for the record. Again, my name is Mike Kroon. I am the manager of the Oregon Department of Forestry's J.E. Schroeder Seed Orchard. Today, Don and I will give you a brief history of the tree improvements in the Pacific Northwest and ODF's role in supporting the process, an overview of the Schroeder Seed Orchard Complex, and an overview of the Oregon Seed Bank. We have provided you with packets which contain portions of the presentation today, so feel free to look through those as I give the presentation. History of tree improvement in Oregon. So to facilitate the deployment of genetically superior forest tree species, tree improvement programs in the Pacific Northwest were initiated in the late 1950s. This was a group effort of private, state, and federal partners working together to make this happen. Tree improvement of Douglas fir was the first to begin and is generally the most advanced of all the species. Other commercially important tree species which have active and long-standing tree improvement programs include western hemlock, western red cedar, and ponderosa pine. After gaining support from both the Board of Forestry and the Oregon Legislature, ODF built the J.E. Schroeder Seed Orchard complex near St. Paul, Oregon in 1973 on 400 acres of land. The cooperative seed orchard allowed smaller private companies to participate in tree improvement programs where they could not support independent programs of their own. Benefits of tree improvement programs have extended to family forest landowners in the form of available tree seed from these orchards. And Don will talk about that a little more in his presentation. The seed orchard is a unique public-private partnership that provides seed for a wide range of forest tree species in both Oregon and Washington. The total costs associated with running the orchards are incurred by members of each individual orchard, and overall goals of the orchards are determined by those members. ODF personnel are primarily responsible for the establishment, maintenance, and ongoing care of the orchards. All right. Main species, one of the main species at this seed orchard is Douglas fir. We have an excellent coverage of we have excellent coverage of Douglas fir in both Western Oregon and Southwest Washington, with both high and low elevation orchards present at Schroeder. Some cooperators have invested in producing a Douglas fir orchard, which shows signs of tolerance to Swiss needlecast, a disease impacting the Oregon and Washington coasts. This orchard has been producing seed for several years now in the hope of planting Douglas fir seedlings resistant to Swiss needlecast on the coast. There exist 3 western hemlock orchards, one currently in production for the past 6 years, with coverage for Western Oregon and Washington, excluding the Cascades, with both high and low elevation sources. 2 younger orchards will be producing within the next 2 to 3 years. There exist 3 western red cedar orchards, one currently producing with coverage for Western Oregon and Southwest Washington, with both coastal and inland sources. All 3 have been tested for high terpene levels, with the low terpene trees being removed from the orchard. Terpenes produce a bitter taste to browsing animals, and the hope is to keep them off the trees long enough to get them established in a plantation. The 2 younger orchards will be producing tree seed in about 5 to 6 years. We have one Willamette Valley ponderosa pine orchard, which is a highly productive and meeting all current demands. Willamette Valley ponderosa pine is a unique ponderosa pine which has adapted to the climate of the Willamette Valley. The orchard represents a collection of pine families located beginning from the southwest corner of Washington, south of Cottage Grove, and east and west across the Willamette Valley. The pine orchard is the end result of conservation efforts in the 1990s by the Willamette Valley Ponderosa Pine Conservation Association, of which ODF is a member. The Pine Association sought to conserve the species with losses due to rapid expansion in urban areas where the pine is found. So this slide is in your packet. Don't try and read it, please. Give you an idea of just the complexity of Schroeder here. Cooperators are along the left-hand side of the chart, and existing orchards at Schroeder along the top. As the manager, I've managed 26 orchards with 26 separate budgets and 23 cooperating members. My job is to keep track of these and keep them on track. Some cooperators in 1 to 2 orchards, as you can see, and others are in several orchards at Schroeder. You'll see the addition of 2 more orchards this fall and 1 more cooperator to be added to the list. As I mentioned before, we manage 400 acres of land. The land not utilized in orchards is kept in grass seed farming until needed for orchards. We switch between the 2 as needed. The orchards are scaled to the needs of the cooperators. They range in size from 1 acre up to 11.5 acres in some of the large orchards. We currently have about 106 acres in orchards, and with about 40 of those acres in the stream RMA that you see at the bottom of the screen. Trials of Sitka spruce, Western red alder, Western larch are in place to see if they're compatible to grow at Schroeder and its climate there. So how do you produce seed? And I guess that's the $1 million question that most people want to know. Once established, once the orchard is established, at age 7, we do what we call stimulation of the trees to get them to produce cones. After about 1.5 years after stimulation, we hope to find the spring buds on the trees. In a photo on the left-hand side, you can see these buds. Our efforts are to produce both male and female tips on the tips of the tree, on the tips of the limbs of the trees. These flowers become receptive and the pollen flows around April or so, with the final cone, fertilized cone, ready and growing by the 1st of May, after which the cone flower turns downward after being pollinated. We monitor the crop through June and July, typically begin our harvest on the 1st or 2nd week of August. Most harvest cycles last 3 to 4 weeks. Typically harvest cones when they're still in a green stage rather than the brown that you see at the bottom right corner. So let's talk some advantages of seed orchard production. Orchard conditions produce seed more reliably than wild seed collections, which are sporadic at best. Uncertain growth, form, disease, and insect susceptibility of wild seed collections raise the risk of getting a crop at all. In the last 10 years, over 95% of the Douglas fir seedlings produced in the Pacific Northwest have been produced from improved seed orchards, of which Schroeder is one. As an example, a second crop on one of our orchards, a 3-acre orchard, produced over 800 bushels in 2016, which is a fantastic crop. Our orchards produce early and are highly productive. The seed orchard crop has been reliable since 2001, and with only a few smaller crops in 2002, 2005, and 2017. The only orchard to produce a crop in 2017 was Schroeder, due to a windstorm in early April, which damaged most of the other crops in the Pacific Northwest and into Canada. We were one of the few orchards to actually produce one. The lighter bars on the graph show the pounds of seed produced in Douglas fir, and the red shows pounds of western red hemlock. Our overall orchard acreage average is about 1/3 of a pound of bushel harvested. And those packages I'm sending around, they're about 1 pound each, and western hemlock has about 240,000 seeds per pound, and Douglas fir is about 35,000 seeds per pound, just to give you an idea. So my screen is the numbers I have up there are a bit different than what I'm going to talk about here. On August 28th, or in 2018, just a few months ago, we harvested about 5,400 bushels, or about a little over 2,200 pounds of Douglas fir seed, which can produce almost 34 million seedlings, our second largest crop in history. Additionally, in 2018, we harvested about 134 bushels of western red cedar. In 2014, we harvested enough western hemlock to plant 13 to 18 million seedlings. All told, the harvests are are enough to plant almost 140,000 acres of land. Some impacts from seed production, from Schroeder seed production. In total, from the time period of 2001 to 2018, seen in the earlier slide, Schroeder has produced over 20,000 pounds of Douglas fir seed alone. This is approximately 750 million with a B seeds during that time period. And this would produce roughly 300 million Douglas fir seedlings, enough seedlings to reforest over 750,000 acres of land. Also, large amounts of western hemlock and western red cedar have been harvested during that time period to produce about 60 million seedlings over that same time period. So let's for a moment talk about what it means to the forest landowner. Total impacts from Schroeder seed orchard production. Don will talk about this in a minute, but our gains are expected to be about 50% above woods run on a per acre basis. So if you start with a land that has 30,000 board feet to the acre, which isn't unusual on your higher producing timberland, you can expect to see another 15,000 board feet per acre on top of that. So if you take 15,000 board feet and you multiply this by the 750,000 acres of seed we've produced, you're looking at about 11 billion seedlings that you could potentially produce. At today's market, 11 billion board feet that could be potentially produced off this improved seed. At today's market, let's say $800 per MBF, that equates to about $8.8 billion that could be put into the market into the future, with further increases in value seen throughout the chain as finished products are produced.
Thank you very much. My name is Don Kaczmarek, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to give a little bit more information about the tree improvement process we have in place, and then give you more specific information about the Oregon Seed Bank. Just to cover a little bit about what we're doing, all the work we do at Schroeder is actually done through traditional breeding. So we're not doing any GMO work, no genetic engineering. It's all traditional breeding methods. And we look at several specific traits we're trying to increase. One of the things we always want to have is the trees that we're producing, or the seedlings we're producing to produce the seeds, we want to make sure that they have broad adaptability to the areas that we're going to be deploying that area. We're also looking at a suite of other traits that we want to try to improve. Increased growth rate is always something we're looking at. We also are looking at potentially increased insect or disease resistance. As Mike mentioned, for Douglas fir, one of the breeding programs we have in place is for breeding for increased tolerance to Swiss needlecast disease. So that's something that we've made good progress on, and we now have an orchard that is producing Swiss needlecast tolerant seed. So it allows us to go into those Swiss needlecast zones a little bit more confidently without having real large negative impacts of Swiss needlecast. We're also trying to generally breed for increased or stable wood quality. We want to make sure as we try to produce trees that are growing faster, we're not getting large sacrifices in wood quality. And as Mike mentioned, one of the other things we're looking at with Western red cedar is trying to increase the terpene levels of the material. Higher terpene is less attractive to into browsers, elk and deer. So if you can increase your terpene levels of your seedlings, they become less attractive, preferably getting your browse animals targeting other areas. Western red cedar without protection or other ways of trying to discourage the browse can make it very hard to regenerate cedar successfully. So that's one of the programs we have in place to try to address some of those issues. So what are the advantages of proof seed? As Mike mentioned, we're trying to improve all those characteristics we just listed. But anytime you have any population of trees or any animals for that instance, you will have a range of traits. Generally, all the traits in a population will be on a U-shaped curve, if you will. What you find on those type of situations, try to illustrate what we have within a given set of traits in a given population. This would be a wild collection of Douglas fir seed. So you'll have a distribution of traits. If we're looking at, for instance, growth here, you'll have a few trees illustrated in dark green that are very fast growing or very high growth potential. You have a certain percentage of that will be yellow, which will be moderately good to good growth. You'll have a lot of trees in the middle, moderate potential, and you'll have a few on the tail end for slow to very slow growth. And if a landowner deploys that population, this is something like you'd get. This is here 100 trees, but you can think of this as 1,000 or 10,000 or 100 acres or 1,000 acres. You'll find in any of those populations, you'll have a few very good trees, a lot of mediocre trees, and then a few very, very poor trees. What the tree improvement process is, what we're doing over time, in this case, going from a woods run collection to a first generation collection, will essentially shift this entire curve to the right. So at what you look at on the ground then, we'll get more trees with good performance levels and try to get fewer and fewer over time that have very poor to moderately poor performance. If we go to the second generation, we get further increases, further shifts to the right of the curve, and then we get more and more high quality trees and fewer numbers of lesser quality trees. And in this case, we can think of this as growth, but depending what we're selecting for, this could also be thought of as also disease resistance. So if you think about it in the natural population here, if we're looking at resistance to disease like Swiss needlecast, you'll find a few individuals in the natural population have higher resistance. But as you go through and put selection pressure on that trait of interest, you'll get continual improvement. In this case, in 2 generations. Where we are right now with most of our tree improvement programs on the west side of the Cascades, most of those programs are actually, we're breeding the 3rd generation right now. So that allows us to put an emphasis on what traits we're trying to breed for the future and carry forward. So it gives us a tremendous amount of power to increase our desired traits in the future. To illustrate where we are or where we have been and where we're trying to go, this is actually one of our first generation orchards at Schroeder. This is what we call our Nehalem seed orchard. This is a first generation orchard. This basically is kind of the northwest Oregon area. So a lot of this seed would go to the Tillamook districts, Astoria districts, and to a limited extent in Forest Grove, but primarily Astoria and Tillamook. And what we have here on the x-axis you have all the families that are actually in that seed orchard. And what we have on the y-axis is the gain levels of those individual families. So at age 11, the fastest growing family in that orchard is giving us about a 62% volume gain over woods run material. What we have is basically a third. So the top third of the families in that orchard are giving us about a 35% or higher volume gain at age 11. The middle third are giving us about 20 to 35%. And then on the tail end here, you have the slow growing families that are giving us growth less than 20%. And on the very low tail end, we actually have a few families that are growing slower than a general woods run collection. And generally, when we try to manage these orchards, we would rogue some of these poor performing individuals out. We wouldn't try to produce seed for those, and we wouldn't necessarily want pollen contamination in our orchard. So what we're really, when we try to deploy the seed, we're generally deploying on the top end of the curve. So this material is preferentially put out to landowners, and then if we have a limited supply, we'll go a little bit lower in the tail. But this is really what we're trying to do, put families that have the desirable traits that we're looking for on the landscape. So where do we put these trees? Well, as Mike mentioned, the history of tree improvement with Douglas fir in the Pacific Northwest goes back to the 1950s. And if you look at the Pacific Northwest in total, there's been over 31,000 families that have been tested at some point. Literally millions of individuals have been in various progeny tests. So when we try to locate the best trees to carry forward in our programs, there's a huge base that we test off of. Early on in the tree improvement process, there were 46 separate seed zones just in Western Oregon. With the additional testing in the first and early part of the second generation, those earlier seed zones were condensed into 16 different seed zones. Still a wide range of seed zones. And one of the things we found as we continue to test, you probably have greater ability to deploy the best material over a wider land base than you otherwise would. And as I mentioned now, we're basically in the second gen orchards that are starting to produce seed. Right now we have 5 different orchards, or actually 6 different orchards, but these different color zones that are currently producing second gen seed for these areas. And we put in one orchard here just last week that'll be essentially the Roseburg low elevation, and we'll pick up the Roseburg Cascade next year. So within a couple of years, we'll have all this area will have second gen orchards in place to produce seed. And as Mike said, in about 6 or 7 years at most. And now we're breeding the third gen. So the work we're doing now for the breeding work in a few years will carry through, and we'll have even better material to deploy on the landscape. So the question is then, one of the things, obviously we have, as Mike said, 26 different cooperators in our orchards, 26 different orchards. The Oregon Seed Bank is really a unique structure that allows a lot of the advantages of this improved seed, all this leverage work that's been put into breeding to be actually extended to family forest landowners. The Oregon Seed Bank has the ability to purchase seed from any of the orchards that's been established at Schroeder, and then we make that seed preferentially available to family forest landowners. Make sure that the best genetic material that we have available is out on the landscape. We also have the ability to purchase seed from outside sources to make it available where there isn't orchard seed. We obviously, from Schroeder itself, don't cover all of Oregon. So parts of Eastern Oregon, ponderosa pine, a lot of the other species, Western larch, we purchase seed on the open market from wild collections to meet those needs. We also have unique partnerships with several federal organizations that do breeding work, and they are unable to sell seed directly to landowners, but we have intergovernmental agreements to purchase seed that's produced there. And then getting this really elite genetic material out on the landscape, we're able to resell it to family forest landowners. So we have that program with sugar pine, western white pine, where we can bring in blister rust resistant material into our seed bank and then make that seed available. We also have similar work with Port Orford cedar, where we bring in root rot resistant selections from Port Orford cedar that the Forest Service has worked with, and we make that seed available. So the idea is to get broadly adaptable, strong performing genotypes available to everyone who needs a seed. So essentially, we want to make sure that when we deploy these trees in the landscape, they become a long-term asset, not just for timber production, but all the traits that we're looking for. We don't want maladapted seed on the market and then deployed that becomes a long-term liability that we're going to have to deal with for the next 20 to 50 years. So we're trying to extend those benefits to anybody who needs it here. So one of the things we do, there's certainly been an issue of seedling availability. We work a lot with private landowners who are looking for seed sources. So we do a lot of outreach with that. We also publish annually the seedling catalog, which talks about different topics that are of interest to landowners who are trying to reforest. And then we also list seedling availability. Seedling supplies have been very, very tight the last few years. We try to do a lot of education with small landowners about the need for pre-planting, that you really need to start planting about 2 years before you need your seedlings. So you really need to start thinking about seedlings before you do your harvest. So if we can do that, I think it certainly gives us benefit. We also have all this on the webpage, both the this type of material, educational material, and then also the seed listings. And there's been a high demand for seeds certainly the last few years. And we've really had, I think, really good luck at moving seed on the outside. Last year in 2017, we sold over 180 pounds of seed to landowners. That was enough to produce about 6.6 million seedlings. Range of species, 7 different species, obviously Douglas fir, western hemlock, western red cedar, ponderosa pine was a major species, a little bit of incense cedar, Port Orford cedar. So a real nice mix of trees that we have. So we try to meet the demands that are out there. When we can, we try to educate small landowners, and we really try to make sure that we're really getting the best genetic material that we have available at any given point to try to make these things, again, a long-term asset on our landscape. Thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, either Mike and I will be certainly glad.
Yeah, so really neat work and really good to see. Sort of my theme of the day seems to be climate change. And I just had some help from someone who's intimately involved with it. Sounds like most of the commercial harvest, we're looking at a tree that's planted today, likely not to be harvested for like another 50, 60 years in there somewhere, somewhere in there.
So
that's clearly in the realm of impacts from climate change. And so I'm wondering sort of what specifically are you doing related to that? I'd say your disease resistance is right down that line because those stresses are likely to increase.
Right. And one of the real strengths of our program, of the orchard program, is the orchard itself is really, I think, top-notch. The location is good. We've got production right. But the other thing is we link that work with the breeding work. So ODF is actively involved and a really integral member in a lot of these tree improvement programs. I didn't list them all, but we're certainly in tree improvement programs for hemlock. We're multiple breeding zones for Douglas fir, and we're doing for the North Coast, which is basically from Newport to Astoria and from the coast into the foothills of the Coast Range. About 80% of the breeding work with that. And one of the things we are doing with all this work is about 75% of it is primarily local crosses. So material, Astoria crossed with Astoria or Astoria with Tillamook, fairly local. But we have brought in a little bit wider range of crosses in all the breeding programs. So for instance, there's a South Central Coast material crossed with North Coast. So that would be things like Gold Beach or Coos Bay, crossed with some of the local Astoria or Tillamook families. Now, conceptually that seems like it might have advantages, but the real strength of the program is you really thoroughly test that. It may work really well, it may not. If it works really well, we'll find it out in 5 or 10 years. If it doesn't work really well, then, that's a dead end, but we've got an awful lot of other things to carry forward. On the hemlock front, we've brought in germplasm actually from Northern California, kind of the southern extremity of the hemlock range. So that's being crossed with more Tillamook or Astoria families. So those, over time, over the next 10 or 20 years, we'll see how those wider range crosses. They may be more adapted to changing climate.
So the disease resistance obviously is a suite of traits that you can look for. Are you also looking at like temperature and drought tolerance?
Not directly, but what we do when we put the test out, we look at a range of site types. So we have some that are very close to the coast that tend to have lower moisture stress. Then we take more inland sites. So one of the things that we'd look at, and besides just growth is kind of an integrative factor, but we also look at survivability. So if something is very drought prone, that family may drop out at a higher percentage than something that tolerates that more so. So we don't necessarily impose drought on these things, but we try to get a range of test sites that allow that stress to be
imposed.
Stressed, yes.
Yeah.
There's Don, myself, and 3 others, and then 2 of them at part-time. Yeah. Well, of course, yeah. So when we have the larger amounts of work, like the cone harvest and the processing, that the processing gets shipped out, and they do that. The cone harvest is a contractor that comes in and does it, but the remaining work is just the 5 of us.
And you will kind of see that indirectly because we can look at the data when we collect it. And typically you'll see things that are the survival is 90-95% on a family. If you see a family that the survival has dropped down to 60%, even if the growth is pretty good on that, we probably are going to look pretty closely what's going on there. It's probably not going to be a selection we're going to carry forward. So some of those things will stick out just with them.
Had a chance to go up into Okanagan, up into BC this last year. Have you familiar with the work the Canadians are doing with climate change and moving species around? Have you seen their work? It's pretty fascinating. Yes. They're doing a lot of work planting species intentionally off-site, in the southern parts, all the way down into California and stuff, and looking at, and obviously different species have different adaptability. Ponderosa pine being one that's very movable, very elastic. Some trees are extremely elastic. They can be planted in a variety of different, drought conditions and so on, and others not. And the Canadians are actually pushing. It's what they're finding. They're not actually they're moving their seed zones north. So moving larch into areas they've never planted western larch into or tamarack. And so anyway, I'd encourage you to look at what they're doing. They're way ahead of the curve on looking at some of that stuff. Also, they're doing a lot of research with disease resistance, resistance to bark beetle attack, tip weevils, and so on. Fascinating research they're doing up there in the Canadians.
Sort of finish up this discussion. The other thing that's interesting, you're shifting distribution of genetic traits, and I've been involved. My only connection, even as remotely associated with this, is associated with fish hatchery analysis and similar kinds of things where in that instance, many of the fish hatcheries unintentionally shifted genetic traits without realizing the repercussions of that shift. And I'm assuming you're looking and dealing with that, and particularly also dealing with maintaining the maximum flexibility, because we may think we know what we need in a climate change future, but we may be wrong.
Yeah. With all this work, we have what we consider a deployment population. Then we have a long-term breeding population. And actually, when you look at the breeding programs, they're fairly conservative. So the way they're designed, if you were less conservative, you probably could try to focus a little more on traits of like growth traits, and you probably sacrifice some diversity if you try to really absolutely maximize growth. The programs here are fairly conservative with the idea they are designed for long-term ability to go in, so they're trying to control inbreeding, try to have a large enough genetic base to really breed for 20 or 30 generations. And when you think of a generation of a tree species of 20 to 30 years, breeding for 20 or 30 generations is an awful long time. So it is very conservative, and our orchards themselves tend to be fairly conservative. So we do put out a pretty diverse range of genotypes on the landscape. Our orchards will have anywhere from on the very low end of 20 to 30 families, on the high end sometimes 80 or 90 families. So the diversity there is still very nice, very high. Yeah, that definitely is possible. So, yeah, and then we do keep all these, well, certainly not all, but not 31,000, but we keep a good conservative amount of those trees in reserves and clone banks. They're either conserved in or ex situ in clone banks, so we can go back there if we find something that, if you had a good instance, if you had an extreme weather event and you had high mortality on a given site type, but there were a few families that were resistant, you could go back there and try to locate which those families are, and that might be something you want to bring in the future.
Mills?
Just very quickly, you kind of answered my question that I was going to ask, and that is, it seems important to maintain genetic variability in your population so that when unexpected things come up, you have something to draw from to be able to address those, and also to maintain some of the ecologically important traits in a forest that you might want to work with.
And one of the other advantages as you increase some of the breeding zones from very small size, when there were 46 seed zones, you almost had a lot of the seed zones were almost the size of counties. That's really hyper diversification. So as you got a little bit larger, you're bringing trees together that are unrelated, and you're also putting together new combinations of genes that may be more adaptable to changing conditions. So there are strengths there, and everything is really backed up with very strong replicated tests. That's really the key. You don't just make the crosses and assume they're going to be good because you crossed southern material. You really have to verify that those are the traits that really are giving you the adaptive traits you're looking for.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank everybody who participated here today. The board will now have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-660-2H for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. No decision will be made in executive session, and at the end of the executive session, the board meeting will adjourn. So we won't be back today. We will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Are we headed to?
Yeah, in 5 minutes,
5
give
minutes?
people